and welcome to Red Leaf Retrocast. This whiskey is wonderful. What a day of celebration. I am hopefully not going to be homeless in a month. What a glorious day this is, Rickee.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Congratulations.
Instead of preparing to be homeless, I'm going to shag some carpet.
You're going to unshag some carpet.
Well,
E-shag.
The shag carpet doesn't have to go right away. What if my cat wants to tear the shit out of it for fun?
Probably really dusty. No matter how much you vacuum it, it's just dust.
Yeah, you just get a rake. Like it's a lawn outside.
That's a thought.
Shag carpet everywhere. 1940s steam furnace. This house is mine. Paperwork.
Oh, this is the house that has the furnace.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fucking like Freddy Krueger baby killer thing.
Yeah. No, that's great. It's a great house.
Mm. It's got everything I need, everything I want. I can afford it. It's like
Can't ask for much more than that.
There's so much like lifted off my chest. I'm very happy. I hope nothing goes wrong. Everything will go perfectly fine, right? Assure me.
The first thing you do when you move in is make sure you know where the closest Lowe's or Home Depot is. And have the number of a plumber and electrician, just in case.
I know these things already.
Yes.
Okay.
Then you're set.
All right. So yes, I have started the paperwork to buying a house. Person has accepted. Full conditions. This is good. Now, the last time I got this far, not as far, was so if the person backs out now there's like possible lawsuits involved. So we got the conditional signed contracts and my deposits down. Now we're going to the next steps, which is the rest of the paperwork.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm so happy for you.
It took 63 homes to look at with 6 bids on actual houses I put in to get one.
Yeah.
Market's hard. So, enough house talk.
No.
We got wrestling talk.
Yay.
On this episode, Rickee and I are going to talk AEW Grand Slam and the lead up to it. Always some fallout. We have speculation. We have independent talk. Some Joshi wrestler of note has been making the rounds. I know you've seen some matches. One Jungle Kiona. Dragongate ran Dangerous Gate, which was really cool. Finally, a Dragongate show I've liked. That I felt like I haven't liked a Dragongate show since February. Was the last time.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's been a rough year as a fan for Dragongate, especially and there's still people leaving the company. More on that later. So that's not good. But on the Patreon, I have been doing every single show of the 5-star Grand Prix. Full reviews, very in-depth, full attendance talk and breakdowns, going over full recommended matches. First I do non-spoiler, then I go into the spoiler. I go through how the matches go, how it's affecting booking of the various wrestlers. I mean, every episode's been at least about 30 minutes or more. So just in the month of August and September alone, you're getting like 18 extra episodes across those 2 months. So the Patreon is very much
the value, right there.
and that goes along with the regular content where it's been the Joshi 2010s journey, which is actually growing in interest because I do end up releasing those episodes 2 weeks later on the free feed, which is at All Japan Women Destiny. That's a podcast focused on All Japan Women, which of course comes at the end of this. So everything almost spilled my scotch. That was dangerous. Scotch whiskey.
No.
That was close. And then LLPW reviews, a very independent Joshi company, I guess you could say, from the 90s. It was like third in line, but that's been a fun journey as well. All of that found on the Patreon. WCW Nitro reviews continue its way. Tanner, formerly of Headlock Talk. We go through, we're currently in late 99 Nitro, and Vince Russo has just been hired.
Oh no.
Yeah, this has been a long time coming. I started in 1998, just after Starrcade 97. Most WCW Retro podcast cover up till 1997 Starrcade. I decided, because I'm dumb and I like to suffer things, and I even listen to things that cause punishment to myself, started after when WCW started going downhill.
Oh,
So,
goodness.
That's a lot of backlog to listen to right now. But a lot of this content you're listening to is very evergreen, including the Patreon. Very much recommended. Am I missing anything? I think that's it. So
I can't think of, that's so much. So let's get going.
It's a lot. Okay. Independent wrestling. I'm going to start in Japan.
Okay, go for it.
So very quick. I watched a little bit of the Budokan show that All Japan Pro Wrestling ran. A very important show for them. It did come out that the sponsors of the show bought tickets in droves and zones, especially in like the front row and the most expensive tickets. We'll never know how much money this company made or how many tickets they actually sold, but they had a big number, and good for them, and it's good publicity. But in terms of like how much they drew and how successful it was, it's just something we'll never know because the sponsors really like kind of put a stop to that. But as for like the matches themselves, I was very underwhelmed, not impressed. It's kind of met expectations. The big match that's a lot of Puro fans are making buzz about is actually the Korakuen Hall that took place the next day, where Kento Miyahara defeated Nomura, and that's like a full 3 recommended match. I'm seeing 4.5 Big Dave stars being thrown at it, and I totally agree. I don't disagree with that at all. Very good match, so if you're into just pure good wrestling, go check that out. Another match that's making rounds is the recent DDT title match, the KOD title, where it was Takeshita taking on the current champion Higuchi. And due to circumstances we've talked about on this podcast, with the past champion getting knocked out shoot-wise, and then he had to vacate the title. There was a tournament. Higuchi won. They're trying to now build him up as a legit main eventer, and they're putting him in main events consistently. They're having him beat top stars. They're doing everything they need to. It's just a shame that the circumstance to actually elevate the guy was their hand being forced. But he defended against Takeshita at Korakuen Hall, full crowd, as in the 700 with noise allowed. So take that for what it's worth. They decided to go for the noise factor instead of selling more tickets. With DDT, you don't really know if they would have sold more than, 1,200 if given the option. So they went with the crowd, and the crowd was very hot for the match, and it was good. I've seen Match of the Year contenders throw around it. I'm not going that high. I think the Kento Miyahara match was a little better, actually. I was definitely more into that. The aspect of this match that was interesting was the finish. It was about 2 big guys kind of bull riding each other, and then it ends with like a double headbutt, and the champion Higuchi just happens to fall on Takeshita, and then he pins him that way. So very unique finish. I thought it was cool as shit. It does leave now. Would I have? I was asking myself this. Would I have liked Higuchi to beat Takeshita clean? Yes, I would. This is something I think that should have happened like a year ago. And due to the circumstances, and DDT is clearly trying to get a uniqueness factor to their shows currently, that this leaves a lot open for another Takeshita match. Because this sure seemed like a draw without it being an actual draw. So I thought that was cool. Good match. Full 3 marks there. Takeshita continues his most outstanding wrestler of the year contention there. He's awesome. You would love this match, Rickee. This match is right up your alley.
How do I watch it?
I can send you a link.
Okay.
I can definitely send you a link.
If you weren't sending me a link, how would I watch it?
Sign up for Wrestle Universe.
Subscription?
Yeah, Wrestle Universe. It's like $7 right now because the yen is weak. Okay. Yeah. And I believe that does it for the indie scene in Japan.
Okay.
I watched the Prestige show. I watched I watched 3 matches.
There were 2 Prestige shows in between last time we talked and today. So there was Perseverance, which was on the 17th. And that was the main event on that one was Kid Bandit and Malachi Black.
Yeah.
And then there was a Prestige show just this past Friday or Saturday.
Didn't watch that
Sunday.
one. I watched the one with Miyu Yamashita, Trish Adora, because you spoke highly of it.
Yeah.
And the Maki Ito, Sandra Moon. And Sandra Moon's been someone that's been popping up along women's wrestling fans. People have talked highly of her. I think there's potential, but she's definitely not there yet. She got lost a lot in the match. Maki Ito ran it. She ran her shtick. She ran her key moves. The crowd's very into Maki Ito. Mm-hmm. And Sandra Moon tried to play kind of a big bully kind of situation. It's interesting to me that she won.
I think there was a lot of interesting stuff going on in this match because the crowd also really liked Sandra Moon. She normally plays a very babyface role, and she did play the heel in this match, like you said. She leaned on some techniques and some strategies, quote unquote, to help her, be the bigger babyface in Maki Ito. It was a really interesting decision to have her win. I was very surprised. That might tell us a little bit more about what Prestige has in store for Sandra Moon and where her career is going to go.
I think it has more to do with what TJPW says. And I've made this critique before. When it comes to TJPW, they see Miyu Yamashita as the star. They see Maki Ito as the goofy mid-carder. And her gimmick is she's a loser. Like, quite literally, she's a loser and can't win the big one.
Yeah, I mean, she was, now, she's presenting herself as the fired idol, right? I don't remember her having that.
Yeah, that's always been her title prior. But
okay.
Yeah, but now indie promoters, wherever she goes, mostly it's been just Prestige, but I think she showed up on a GCW show as well. But yeah, because she lost to Billy Starks. Or was that at...
Oh.
Was that a GCW? Anyways, wherever show that was.
GCW or JCW, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't remember. That could have been Black Label Pro, too.
Maybe. Yeah, because Billy Starks hangs out in BLP.
Mm-hmm.
But the point to that is Maki Ito clearly has easy crowd connection wherever she goes. Mm-hmm. And I use this critique in Beyond all the time with Masha Slamovich.
Yeah.
It's why do you beat these people when you know how over they are constantly and you're bringing them back for future shows? Wouldn't you want to present these people stronger? Yeah. It just seems super strange because then you could build up other matches because every indie match I've seen with Maki Ito, she's lost. Every indie match with Jungle Kiona, except one, I've seen her. Well, okay, there's 2 now, but it's really just one. I'm discounting a match now because of what happened.
You're discounting Black Label Pro?
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second of how that went down. Okay. But yeah, it's just very strange to me how someone that has such a connection and is so over is everyone's just okay with beating these people. And that Maki Ito is just the current example. This is like an indie booking thing to a T. And TJPW just clearly they don't have an issue with that because Miyu Yamashita is booked super strong, beating the best people on the indie scene, namely Trish Adora is a good example where she's pretty protected for the most part wherever she goes.
She is. You say it's an indie thing, but I think it's all kinds of promotions just relying on the fact that some people will always be over and always be needle movers. We're seeing it in AEW now with Orange Cassidy. He's been losing or not positioned in a way that he could be. But I feel like the mentality is, well, he's always going to be popular. He's never going to not be over. We can beat him and he'll be fine. And I feel like that's the Maki Ito situation too.
But I think there's a big difference between people like Danielson and Cassidy that are losing. Is they are booking them, or at least in AEW's case, for these examples, they are booking them in ways to keep them strong. And they are showing them in various other matches that they do win. With the difference between that and independent booking is, with independent booking and your audience that are pretty much going to these shows consistently over and over again, because it's that it's a regional audience, you're only going to these shows like once a month, so you just see this person once a month lose, as opposed to on television where you can see them have in-between matches where they win, or they're presented and booked in the match where someone may cheat, or there's a storyline going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. I hear what you're saying. In any case, it stinks when our favorites lose.
Well, of course.
I mean, I know you didn't watch the main event of the first Prestige show, Malachi Black versus Kid Bandit.
Yeah, I have like negative interest in Kid Bandit.
I understand that. I'm drawn to Kid Bandit the way a lot of people are.
Why?
Personality. It's
I don't know. Kid Bandit likes Kingdom Hearts, and therefore I must boo and hate.
I like Kingdom Hearts. What's wrong with Kingdom Hearts?
Clearly, you've never listened to the retro video game podcast from Red Leaf Retrocast.
Oh my goodness!
Long-standing hatred of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh goodness! Well, now there's a divide elsewhere in our relationship. But if that's the only reason why you don't like Kid Bandit, I don't think it's a very good one.
That's the funny one.
Sure. No, I buy into the persona and the charisma. I'm behind them as a babyface. I literally saw Kid Bandit get murdered in front of me at Effie's Big Gay Brunch. So I have an especially soft spot for them now, because I just don't want them to die. But this match was. I bet if I look back on that video, you go, "Oh my God, he's dead!" Yeah, because it was an awesome spot. That's exactly how I react. I mean, I probably did actually. We'll have to go back. I haven't rewatched that one or the War Games.
Wrestling, the only one where you go, "Oh my God, I think that person might have died." Yeah, that was awesome.
No, but Malachi Black let Kid Bandit get some offense. They're both obviously, so Kid Bandit has a background in martial arts. I don't know what style. Obviously,
Keyblade practice does not count.
What's that?
Keyblade practice does not count.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what sort of training they had or whatever, but that definitely played into their offense. Malachi Black's Muay Thai background obviously meant there were a lot of, heavy strikes. It was very hard hitting.
Dutch Muay Thai.
Dutch Muay Thai, yeah, exactly.
It's different. There's a difference.
Malachi Black obviously won, but gave a great promo afterwards, putting Kid Bandit over. This is also the promo where Malachi Black did his "This is not goodbye, it's just see you later." That people have been talking about lately.
All right, so you brought up Black. All right, Here we go. Here's my thing about this guy. And the same thing goes for like Buddy Matthews and a couple of these people. And they are referred to as online as B and G. The B and Gs.
B and G? What does that stand for?
Black and Golds.
Oh, okay.
The NXT Triple H NXT guys. Okay. So it's come out from various journalists, and I'll use the word journalists as in the credible people, like Mike Johnston, Pro Wrestling Insider, Dave Meltzer, those guys. Not Ringsiders News and those piece of shit places that have no credibility. Okay? It's come out.
Wait, are you saying Ringside News is trash?
What, me? Who would say that? You said
my goodness.
That. Anyways, like it's come out, WWE has contacted all these wrestlers in various places.
Mm-hmm.
In this question is AEW to come back to WWE and be the guys and request your release, get out of there, and we'll hire you. And some people said, fuck off, like Swerve Strickland. So he just went up like 3 points in my book. Here's my lawyers.
Right.
And then some others, like one Malachi Black and Buddy Matthews, went, I want my release. And then and the more information that comes out and how they specifically act towards these things, you as a fan just go, I see right through your bullshit. Just say you want to go back. Don't say, I need to step away for a little bit. This might be the last time you'll see me for some days. Like my 90 days might be up soon. In this, I can read subtext. Oh, you're muted. You got to unmute yourself.
Okay, so we're gonna dive into this situation.
Let's dive. Do it. We don't talk about the drama a lot, but we break it down and break down fast. I think this is interesting drama because this happens in real sports.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I am mostly with you. I mean, these guys were offered a job with AEW. They signed a contract for a certain number of years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever it is.
Yep.
They put pen to paper and said, yep, I will work for you for this number of years.
Yep.
The fact that they changed their mind, I mean, it's unfortunate. And I know we used to, I say we, like the general we, wrestling fans, used to get annoyed at WWE when we would hear of wrestlers asking for their release and WWE not granting it. The difference there is, there's a couple of differences. The one major difference is WWE was cutting people for no reason, but keeping people around who didn't want to be there.
Yep.
So why not, unload the people who don't want to be there?
Why am I the exception all of a sudden?
Right.
Yeah.
The other difference is it sounds like AEW is listening to these people saying, I'm not sure I want to continue with my contract, and giving them time away, giving them the time they need. They're not going to be vindictive or keep them off television.
Bury them on the way out. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Right. So I think that's the difference here. I understand anyone being unhappy in a job and wanting to leave it. But if you sign a contract, you have to be prepared to complete your contract.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that first one, especially because WWE proved that they won't honor the contract.
Right.
They just weren't doing that. Like you signed, I think Braun Strowman's a great example. He wanted to be there. He signed the deal, and then they just went, fuck off 90 days. Yeah. We have no more use
even Malachi Black's WWE deal is an example. They pushed him up to the main roster. They forgot to change his non-compete clause from the NXT 30 to the main roster 90, and so he showed up at AEW way sooner than anybody expected.
Right. So, I think that's a huge difference between AEW and WWE and how they've honored these things. And we're not the only podcast that has pointed this out by any means. I think in another aspect to this situation, and I've made the joke like this in a number of Discord chats, is this is really coming across as like crawling back to your ex with a booty call situation to make jokes about this. That's how this really comes across to me. They were big buddies with their ex-girlfriend Triple H, right? Triple H wanted him, but Dad didn't. And Dad said, you're going to have to break up with that person. Oh, so sad. Okay, well, at least this hot side pieces over here can keep me company until, the dad dies, if you want to get dark about it. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, the dad died. He's gone out of the house. Girlfriend wants you back. Oh, shit. She's calling me. It's midnight. She wants McDonald's? I'll get a Big Mac, baby. I'll be over there in a second. See ya. And then the current girlfriend's like, hey, we bought a house together. Fuck off, you're leaving.
Yeah.
How's that analogy? Is that a good one?
It tracks. It tracks, yeah. It tracks.
Fuck you, you're leaving this agreement.
Right.
I don't care if she called you at midnight. Yeah. I don't care if she's got Skittles. You're coming right back to this bed.
Oh, goodness.
So there's my jokes. Good jokes? I need affirmation of my jokes. Okay.
I enjoyed it. All right, so...
Oh, Miyu Yamashita, Trish Adora, good match. I went 2 out of 3.
Oh, phenomenal. Yeah.
Little spoiler and a tease for the monthly Western Joshi top 5 article that I write each month on the Patreon.
Oh, yes.
That's on the $1.50 tier. The Trish Adora and Miyu Yamashita match will be on the prospect development match of the month for Trish Adora. Because Trish Adora is a wrestler that a lot of women's wrestling fans and fans of the independent scene really speak highly of. They see a lot of talent in her. We have seen a lot of talent out of her, including like the Lufisto match from American Rana that we went to and saw live. Lots of energy. I think there's still a lot of holes in her game that she needs to get rid of, essentially, and improve upon before she hits a major league level. And this is why I'm kind of okay with someone like AEW not signing her out of the gate. Because otherwise I think she'd be destined for what Sky Blue currently goes through.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, the occasional dark appearance, losing, maybe on the winning side of a triple threat match, not really highlighted because the ring game isn't there. The personality, while kind of there, still have some charismatic improvements to be made.
I've never heard her cut a promo.
Right, we've never heard her cut a promo before. She just kind of stands there. She's got the reggae feel to her. She's got cheap gear, very independent gear. We need a big gear upgrade. Sky Blue just got a gear upgrade. He did a gear upgrade recently at the latest Black Label Pro show, and she looks immediately better.
She does. Trish definitely needs a gear upgrade. She does have maybe the best named finisher in independent wrestling.
Oh, that'll get over. Oh, yeah.
Her finisher is a lariat Tubman for a woman who calls herself the Afro Punk. It is just perfect.
I have moved on to beer.
Good for you. I am not drinking tonight. Because I know it's so unlike me. I may be playing a game later in which I might need to keep a clear head, so I haven't decided yet.
What you playing?
So I have started playing Blood on the Clock Tower.
I know Clock Tower. I know an anime called Blood. I don't know Blood on the Clock Tower.
It's a bluffing / social deduction game in the vein of Werewolf or Secret Hitler, where there's a good team and a bad team.
Secret Hitler?
Have you never played Secret Hitler?
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay. We'll have to get you into Secret Hitler. It's more like Werewolf, though, where there's a good team and an evil team, and the play is directed
German, does that make it worse?
By a storyteller. In Secret Hitler, no. And actually, because Hitler has obviously certain connotations, there's in the online emulator, you can play a Star Wars version, or you could play a...
Is Darth Vader Hitler
Harry
in this
Potter
scenario?
Or Lord of the Rings. Yes, Darth Vader is Hitler. And it's like Chancellor. It's like Emperor, Chancellor. Anyway, Blood on the Clock Tower, though, is, like I said, it's a social deduction game. There's actually a lot of facts in the game that if you're on the good team, you can kind of solve it, even if people are lying their butts off to you. So I like to play relatively sober. Especially, and if I'm evil, I need a clear head because then I have to come up with the lies. So,
okay. I remember various card games I played, Drinking Wise in Germany and everything. Anyways, we're getting off topic. Good movie drinking talk.
We could just have a Patreon podcast where you and I just shoot the shit for a while.
Oh, I could do that. I mean, that's so like the first 30 minutes of general podcast anyways.
No. But
so Miyu Yamashita, Trish Adora, I liked. She got her head kicked in. That was cool. Miyu Yamashita looks strong as ever.
Yes.
I would book the next time Yu Yamashita and Maki Ito are in town, I'd book them both in a tag match, and I'd get Sandra Moon and a partner involved. And not Taya Valkyrie. She is the dirt worst. The third match I watched was that Dark Sheik Taya Valkyrie match. Holy crap, she's bad. Not Dark Sheik.
Yeah, Dark Sheik. No, I know. Actually, Dark Sheik would be a good tag partner for Sandra Moon.
You know what? Sandra Moon and Dark Sheik against Yamashita and Ito. I'm into that. I'm into that.
Yep.
Fine with that.
They both come to Denver somewhat regularly these days now. I think the last time we spoke, I told you that it had been announced that Minoru Suzuki is coming to Lucha Libre and Laughs. So they have announced some more of the card, and Minoru Suzuki will be facing Royce Isaacs, which
cool match.
Makes sense. Cool match on paper. Royce Isaacs is a Denver native, so he comes back pretty often.
Oh, even better.
So yeah, that's just
a huge match for the local guy. Yeah,
it's perfect booking.
There we go.
The other matches on the card are Sandra Moon versus Heidi Howitzer.
Okay, that's a good local match. Yep.
We have Edith Surreal defending her women's belt in a 3-way with some local talent that you wouldn't be familiar with. We have
not into the 3-way aspect, but maybe they can hide some stuff.
Well, they had a different match announced at first, and then they took the original competitor out and turned it into a 3-way with 2 other women, which I think is actually a better move. The one that I'm actually really excited for is my guy, Cody Devine, will be facing Brian Keith.
Oh!
Have you seen Brian Keith?
Yeah,
on the Indies?
I'm into Brian Keith.
Okay. Yeah, I am too.
North Texas pro guy.
Yes, North Texas pro. He was at Lucha Libre Laughs last month or 2 months, whatever.
He's really Brian Keith is really making the rounds. I hope he comes to New England because I don't remember the last time if he's even been to the Northeast. I haven't been tracking him that closely, but if I see like a Beyond Wrestling card and Brian Keith's on it, I think I'm going to that show.
I didn't know much about him until he showed up at Lucha Libre Laughs the last time I was there, and he had a great match. I can't remember who it was with, but he definitely impressed me. And so now, like I said, he's going against my guy, Cody Devine, who I always speak so highly of on this podcast. So I am very excited for that match.
That sounds like a good show.
There's also a tag match in there and something else. And the comedians that they've announced for the night sound good too. I looked into some of their stuff. So I'm very much looking forward to that. But continuing with stuff that has happened already.
Comedians in wrestling, that's like right up my alley too.
I know. It's so fun. It's so fun. The same day as Prestige Perseverance show that we just finished talking about, Create Pro had a show. They aired it live on Matt Cardona's Twitch channel because Brian Myers is a co-owner of Create Pro. So the Twitch channel is like Brian Myers, Matt Cardona. It's their podcast channel. So they aired it live. They did just put it up on IWTV for rewatch if you're interested. It was a very typical Create Pro show.
Sure.
Nothing super. And now I was dual screening too, so because I was watching Prestige on one screen and Create Pro on another. The stuff that stood out.
Did you see the price of those Prestige wrestling tickets?
Well, I did because I looked up the Roseland tickets for the end of the month because that card is very, very tempting, and I found out that I could get a round trip flight for under $200.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about it, but the Prestige Roseland tickets at least start at $40.
Yeah, that's entry. That's cheaper than that's not cheaper. That's more expensive than AEW shows.
It like can be for sure.
Yeah, that's okay. Pretty wild to me.
So the Creative Bro show,
Have you ever been to Portland?
Once when I was 15.
So yes.
Answer is yes, but it was a long time ago.
Not able to do the fun shit.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't
Portland's
even
cool.
remember spending much time downtown. My uncle lived there, and we spent.
I like Portland more than Seattle. I will say that much.
Oh, I remember that. Okay, so I begged my dad for a day trip to Seattle while we were there because I was 15 and Seattle seemed really cool. And I now remember, I do remember liking Portland more than Seattle. I was surprised.
Portland has much better geology. It has the Trailblazers, while Seattle doesn't even have a basketball team. The Mariners play
anymore.
There. Oh, gross. The Kraken play there. That's Steel Avalanche players. So Seattle sucks. Screw them.
All right.
Decent anime convention that I went to like many years ago. And we'll say that.
Okay. Anyway, I just want to touch on...
I got you lost in thought there for a second.
My Creative Pro show. It's just, I love the guys from Creative Pro. A lot of them come up to Beyond and Wrestling Open, so we're familiar with them on a couple different stages. Bobby Orlando beat Aaron Work, and it was a 4-way. But Aaron Work was the Creative Pro TV champ, and
see, these are the matches I wish Beyond would start booking again.
I know.
I really get the feeling Beyond is like going to go out of business.
I don't know what Drew is doing. I'm glad Wrestling Open is doing well, but I would like to see.
It was in the local news.
Stuff.
It was in the local news recently. It was in the Worcester, Mass, and like the North Providence like local news channels. They were doing a piece on it.
Oh, yeah, that's
nice little thing they did. But yeah, like when it like outside of Wrestling Open, when it comes to the main Beyond shows, it's not just the wrestlers that they're booking; it's also the matches. Everything's has to be this like weird death match oriented. It's really feeling closer to. I can't even say GCW. It feels closer to JCW these days.
No.
It's getting a little grimy. This is just my feeling as a fan. Because Bish at the Beach was like. Over the weekend. I didn't go because I was looking at houses to buy.
Wow. Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And I saw the card and I was not into it.
There were a couple things on there that I was interested in seeing. I will probably watch the replay when they air it. But
yeah, it's the first year I didn't go since they started doing that. But I had more important adult stuff to do, to be honest.
And that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Just the top end of this Creative Pro card, if you are interested in watching any of it on IWTV, the title match was the champion Bryce Donovan versus Alec Price. And that was what you could imagine between those two. Yep. It was very, very good. There was a tag match between the newly repackaged Air Country, who are now called the Iron Savages, versus the Wolves. And that was phenomenal. I was upset with that one because there was something great going on in Prestige at the same time. And I don't remember what match it was at the same time, but my attention was divided and I couldn't give full attention to either of my screens. So I'm going to rewatch that match for sure. And then Max Caster faced Austin in a singles match, which was also very fun.
Ooh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do a run-in and see what happens. Yeah. I have friend JPQ in general chat. I'm going to see... Yeah. Oh, he muted himself. Let's see if I can drag him in here and talk about Jungle Kiona here on the Indies.
Let's do it.
JPQ, you there? Hello? Uh-oh.
Did I do that by accident?
Nope.
No.
We did it to you.
Hey, bastard. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, did you watch the Jungle Kiona independent matches?
I have not.
You have not. Do you want to hear and I want your reactions when we talk about them. How about that?
Sure.
Great.
Why not?
Welcome.
All right, so get a load of this.
Okay.
Jungle Kiona went to Black Label Pro. Have you heard of this?
I know Black Label Pro. Yes, I'm familiar with the promotion.
Okay, so she faced Sky Blue with new gear, by the way.
Hang on,
Short,
it was
21-year-old.
It was a tournament.
It was a
I have
tournament.
to preface this with this was a tournament match.
Yes.
Mhm,
It
she's
was
a
tournament
child.
match. Yeah. The match went like 5 minutes, and it was very okay.
Okay.
All right. Ready for that? It was
it 5
Jungle
minutes?
Kiona's.
No,
It was Jungle Kiona's
was
first
longer
win
than 5
in 2
minutes.
years. I'm pretty sure it was only 5 minutes.
I'm going
Ooh,
to
wow.
cage match right now.
Do it. I dare you.
Okay, it was 9 minutes. and
No
12
way that was
seconds.
9 minutes. I do not believe you.
9
That is a
minutes?
lie.
I told you it was
With
more than
intro?
5 minutes.
Okay, so it was
no, I
9
think that's from bell to bell. I think that's how cage match does it.
Are you sure? Because Jungle Kiona's entrance is super long.
It's a long entrance. I think cage match does it from bell to bell, but I could be mistaken.
No, I'm pretty sure it's bell to bell. What do you think of Jungle Kiona's entrance and her gear, JPQ?
I'm a fan. I like when she plays with it. I was happy that she came out with newer gear.
Yep.
But I also saw that she's rocking the TCS gear as well.
She is.
She can't do any wrong when it comes to her gear. When it comes to jungle like that, she's always kind of been a purveyor of fashion and forward thinking. And I think you see both function and functionality, or fashion and function, with what she brought to what she brought stateside.
All right. So after she won with the Kiniku Buster, the Jungle Buster, in which the crowd heavily reacted for. Rickee, you have something to say? What's going on?
I was just going to comment on her entrance a little bit. So I was watching this show in my living room, and my partner was sitting in the living room with me.
Does your living room have rad shag carpet?
It's not shag, but it is ratty.
I'm about to have ratty shag carpet.
Yeah. Anyway, Jungle's music hit, and my partner looked up from whatever he was doing on his computer. He was caught up, and he watched the whole entrance, and I think he watched the whole match too. He was sold from the beginning. So I just wanted to say, she's bringing something. Because he was only half paying attention at best to the rest of this show. Her entrance caught his attention, so just wanted to mention that.
She's got the stick. Okay, so she won with the Jungle Buster. She's got the stick. She's got the good gear. She won in 9 minutes, not 5. My wrong ass. How dare I? Sky Blue looks very okay.
What happened in the second round?
So JPQ, need your prediction here. Okay. Maybe I'm giving it away, but so it's a tournament. In the second round, she's facing Eric Stevens.
Okay. Cookie boy.
Yeah, intergender match, Jungle Kiona. Very interesting, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I don't believe I remember her ever being in any type of singles match, even when like Stardom used to do those weird crossovers with the dudes.
No. I think this is the first one
her in those matches.
And Eric Stevens, good wrestler, right?
Very good.
Yeah, I mean, he catches a lot of flack, but wrestling-wise, he's pretty technically sound.
Yeah, I mean, I saw his comeback match against Chris Dickinson at the Electric Haze in Worcester, Mass, and that match just kicked ass, really stuck in my mind. It was hard chopping. So here I was like, Jungle Kiona, she's going to throw some lariats. Eric Stevens going to throw some chops. It's going to be awesome. Need your prediction, JPQ. What do you think happened?
Well, the setup makes me think one thing. Well, I would like to think another.
What would you like to think, and then what did you think?
I'd like to think that it was a match that had a start, a middle, and an end that, it didn't have to be a barn burner, but at least made sense. But I feel like that's not going to be what happened.
Yeah, that is not what happened.
Not what happened. So I'm messaging Rickee here. She's like, "Oh, Jungle won a match," and I'm like, "Well, I figured she'd lose. AEW wins again." That kind of thing, meme going around.
No, naturally.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, Eric Stevens comes along. Jungle Kiona threw a couple lariats. She got one shoulder block in, threw a lariat in the corner, and then Eric Stevens essentially pie-faced her, hit what did he hit? Like a DDT or some shit, and then pinned her.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, there's something to be said for believability.
3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Jungle got squashed.
Squash. Jungle squash.
Jungle got squashed.
I'll tell you, I think the biggest thing for me when we saw her in Queens, by the way, I love referring to seeing Stardom wrestlers in Queens instead of saying at a Stardom show.
Okay.
I think it brings a little pizzazz to it when you're like hit the right context. But she's much smaller than we give her credit for. Like, you know,
many of the wrestlers are.
I know, but we saw her against, I don't know, some rookie trash in the open. I remember it was her and Natsuko versus two like Brooklyn bound. And they towered over those two. And I'm like, wait, these are supposed to be the beefy hosses of the division. Oh my goodness. Like, they're going to get eaten alive. And then, of course, they won and it like semi made sense. But it's not surprising that Eric would go over in 3 minutes. You know, I think there's a little bit of believability to that when you consider the size difference. And that's my positive spin on it.
Well,
without seeing the match or the luxury of ignorance.
No, I think your ignorance is, what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever it might be, it's okay in this context because you got it all. But I had this conversation. We had this conversation earlier.
Stateside to go out in the second round for 3 minutes. Jeez.
Yeah, right. So Jungle Kiona clearly has like a big indie following, and she's being put in these kind of prime positions. And had this conversation about Maki Ito coming over all the way to like Oregon, and they just stick her in these like 9-minute matches in which she loses all the time. Why do these indie promotions feel it's, I guess, to their benefit to book these seemingly popular wrestlers to just lose all the time?
2 reasons. Number one, they have so one, let's just be real. The American independence when it comes to women wrestling is as much of a rebuild. I mean, it's not quite UK rebuild for the women's division, but it's not too far off, right? There's a year or two of pedigree that every one of these women need before they're considered for anything of significance. So wins over anybody with a name is a dub, right? Okay. Then toss in the fact that Jungle's only responsibility to these indie promotions are to get people in the door. And if it's 12, it's 12. It's 12 more than they would have gotten. And so the result doesn't matter because they really never expect to see her again, right? Now, maybe they will, and that would be great. If we can get Jungle over here once, twice, maybe 2 shows in a tour, 2 tours in a year, something along that nature. But it's the beauties of the indies. Like, she can help put over like a Sky who maybe comes back, right? Like, I should beat Sky. The Eric Stevens thing is throwing me off. But some of these other matchups that she's had, before the tournament, she can put over some of those talents, kind of help their gate a little bit for future shows, while at the same time, she doesn't really lose anything by being a loser, because we ingest this and watch her entire tour and we say, damn, this chick loses all the time. But the people that are going there are like, who the hell is Jungle Kiona? And oh, by the way, she lost. And oh, that makes sense because, this person won. Yay. And then they forget about it because they're on the West Coast and they've got other things to deal with than East Coast wrestling. So they're not as in touch with it. So I think win-loss matters to us because we pay attention and we're kind of like obsessed with this stuff.
Sure.
Where normal people, they go to professional some indie people go to professional wrestling shows because it's something different, right? It's a tip of the hat to something that's an artistic form that's not usually celebrated in the mainstream. So who they beat is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I think that speaks more to the indie scene than it does Jungle. You know what I'm saying?
My whole argument was the indie scene itself more than Jungle. Yeah,
for sure.
Because it was focusing on the aspect of bringing back these wrestlers. Like, you're bringing them back. Because a lot of these promotions are indeed bringing these people back, and yet they're still beating them all the time. My main comparison is Masha Slamovich in, like, Beyond Wrestling.
Yeah, Masha you can make a case for because you should see her not, like, much more regularly, but at the same time, like, she's got name, prestige, and drawing power. So you're hoping as an indie that like she takes a liking to you instead of looking for a paycheck because she's got options.
Right. Exactly. That's kind of the point. And it sure seems to me Jungle is looking to make this a regular thing.
That'd be cool, man.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
More people need to tap into the States. Yeah, what's she going to do out there?
What's she going to do in Japan? I don't know.
Yeah, really. She's kind of like indies don't make too much sense for her. Why would she? She probably makes more money, has better experiences and better connections out here with Sumi. There certainly is a wave of Jungle fans out here. to tap into.
I didn't realize there was a Sumi connection with Jungle.
Oh yeah, she's like
Well,
she's like kind of not so much living with her, but she's connected to her, and Sumi Sakai is like setting up all these bookings, helping setting these up. Maya Yuki,
there's a market over here.
Maya Yuki faced her in Deadlock Pro. Maya Yuki's, I think, America debut in North Carolina, of all places.
North Carolina.
Booked Maya versus Jungle, something the Joshi indie scene are cowards for not booking. Cowards, I say. And then the semi-main event, Maya and Jungle went almost 15 minutes.
Good.
And I gotta say, I was a little underwhelmed.
Oh.
They had
I could see it.
A nice little house show match. Which, to be fair, on a like 150 person crowd in North Carolina, sure. I don't expect them to have like a like an Ice Ribbon Infinity main title match or a World of Stardom title in Nagoya match where Jungle will lose in great defeat. But in this, the topic I wanted to say was focused on Maya Yukihi kind of leaning into an American heel character against Jungle, working the arm, kind of poo-pooing the crowd a little bit, getting under their skin. She's embracing it, a little bit of the Oz Academy in her without the whip. If Maya can like tap into this attitude, then I think she has a lot of potential on the American indie scene, while Jungle just has that natural babyface charisma that everyone wants to cheer for. But Maya doing something where she's like counting to the ref 1, 2, 3, and then continuing 4, 5 afterwards. Like, if she would have leaned into that a little bit more, it would have been even better. Because they ended up working more of an American style match than any sort of Joshi match, and that's where my interest lied. Have you seen this yet, JPQ?
I have not, but I will tell you is this: I'd rather enjoy the idea of having like a heel Joshi persona on the American independents, because I do think that Joshi women in general, whether it's on American television or it's on the independent scene, tend to be booked into a box of, you know, you're Japanese and that's your gimmick. You know?
Oh, true, yeah.
Like you don't, you know, so to have somebody with a little bit of flair, which, you know, Maya is so good at, but then in turn, then it'd be like this braggadocious, brash, you know, bitch. Hell yeah. Like that's a wrinkle that hasn't been explored yet on the American independent scene, and that's something that Maya would do very good with, you know, let's be real. So in that essence, you got tremendous potential if it's something that she decides to go with. And again, she's a business lady. You know, we know her acumen. We've talked about it on Red Leaf before. There is something incredibly savvy about the way she goes about handling her work and her character work at that. So if she were to do it, and I would be surprised if she did, because she does have irons in the fire in Japan, more so than a Jungle, obviously. And this isn't just a quick one-off or a very quick tour. I would love to see her kind of lean into that a little bit more, because I think that's something that could benefit her short-term, long-term, in her return appearances. We'll see what happens.
Jungle hits the Jungle Buster, shocking the crowds again. When she's hitting this move, people raise their arms. They cannot believe she's hitting this.
Crazy for the Jungle Buster in that first round match.
Yeah.
Do they forget?
I mean, people went nuts.
That Samoa Joe does it?
Well, Samoa Joe does the Muscle Buster, where he kind of leans back. Jungle fucking drops him on her shoulders.
Mm-hmm. And look at Jungle and look at Joe.
Yeah, I guess when you look at the size difference, yeah, Maya does a clean job in the middle of the ring in a 15-minute match, no big deal. Makes you wonder what's going on in Japan.
I'm just saying, like, what I've really enjoyed about Joshi independence this year is there certainly has been more of a, you know, power to the people approach.
Well, kind of have to, right?
So much. Well, it's, you know, a lot of people are betting on themselves, and a lot of companies are going into cost-saving measures, right? And
in Japan, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so you can sit there and wait for an opportunity or be in the opener of another nothing match, or and give it a shot and see what happens. At the very least, you walk away with a little bit of money, and you get to go to America. And depending on who you are, you may not love that idea, but there's a there's a definite touristic vibe when you come over on a freelance schedule. So there's a lot of wins there for freelancers. Raleigh is a nice choice, right? And North Jersey, Bergen County is another option that I don't know is gonna.
Hey, what is wrong with Bergen County?
It was
a weird
it's not
choice.
South Jersey.
No, it was a very weird choice.
It's
for her
not
to appear,
Kinnelon. That's what I'm saying. What is this?
Can't disagree with you.
You got the podunks, right? We're in the podunk towns, and so if they can build a little cachet and come back in WrestleMania weekend, that's a win.
I will say,
show up at the Booten show. Not even Bergen County. She was in Booten, wasn't she?
She wrestled.
She was in Booten.
Let's see. She wrestled.
That's not Bergen County. That is Sussex County. That is
Sussex
the
County.
Oh my God, you guys know way too much about Jersey. She wrestled in
She wrestled in
Garden State.
Capital of the world.
She wrestled at Garden State against Janai Kai and lost.
Yeah, they'll say she did lose to Janai, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
What did you say North Jersey was the capital of?
Black Bears.
The Jersey Devil?
You can
the
Google
forest?
that.
No?
That's South Jersey. That's the Pine Barrens. What is wrong with you?
Look, my dad's from Jersey, not me. Just because I got Jersey blood in me doesn't mean I know shit.
Yes, it does.
It's Booten, Sussex County. It's Morris County. Whatever, same difference.
Oh,
Morris. It's about 78. That's all that matters.
Morris is slightly less.
I only know exits anyways.
Than Sussex.
Right. There's a Piscataway. Where's that?
Morris County at least has Morris County has Parsippany. Morristown is actually like a decent town.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Parsippany. Anyway.
Okay.
Enough geography for the insane. Let's
That's right. We know we're North Jersey here on the Red Leaf Retrocast.
All right. There was another Deadlock Pro match I watched. It was the Work Horsemen versus Violence is Forever.
I don't even know what that is. What does that mean?
It means it was a 20-minute...
I did not know this happened.
Yeah, it's on the Deadlock Pro. I'll send you a link. Yeah.
Those are like my two favorite indie tag teams. You know that, right?
And I'm shocked you didn't know this match happened. It's awesome.
Didn't.
You'll love it. I won't spoil the ending, but go bowling.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, JPQ.
Fantastic.
You want to see this Deadlock Pro show? You want to see this thing?
Sure. We'll put it on.
I'll send you a link. Actually, you already have the link. What am I talking about?
Oh, I got the link. It's on. Yeah, it's where I think it is. Then I saw that it was posted.
Yeah, it was there. Okay. Unless you want to talk about AEW, I can kick you back out.
Yeah, I could jump in for the AEW chatter. I'm just sitting here playing
F1. We still have the rest of Black Label Pro and the second Prestige show to touch on at least.
Okay, go through it right quick. JPQ, you in for the next half hour?
Yeah, I'll pop in. I'm sitting here in the middle of doing I'm in Bahrain, so see what
You're
happens.
in Bahrain? What are you playing, Formula One?
I am.
Oh, look at that guess.
Wow.
That's the only thing I associate Bahrain with is the F1 Grand Prix.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to bore people with the whole Black Label Pro tournament. It was a 6-hour tournament. They split it into 2 shows with 2 tickets.
Good God.
So the first round of the tournament, I mean, there was a ton of talent that they brought in. But our boys from Miracle Generation showed up. Kylon King had a first round match against Gary J. And I thought Kylon was going to die. He ended up beating Gary J in 6 minutes and 14 seconds. Surprised everyone, moves on in the tournament.
Why do I know that name, Gary J?
Gary J is the Robo Ginger. He was the guy who stole the IWT title belt from Warhorse. Like physically stole it.
That guy.
Yeah, he's a madman. So, and then Dustin Waller faced Myron Reed in the first round, and that was as fun as it sounds on paper.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that match.
Lots of high flying. Dustin Waller did lose that match, but it was a good match. 9 minutes.
Would you go 1 out of 3 on it?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 1. I would give it a 1. I would give it a 1. Then we went from really skinny guys flying all over the place to Jake something versus Big Damo.
Oh, that sounds like it rocked. I didn't see that one.
Which it did rock.
That's a lot of hair.
And so much. That's what I put on Twitter. I said we went from these two guys to the biggest, hairiest men I've ever seen. Hair in different places, obviously, because Jake's is on his head, his Damo's is everywhere else. Jake something beat Big Damo to move on. Damo had been the BLP. No, he wasn't the BLP champion, but he's been showing up in BLP a lot, which has been really fun.
I'm kind of shocked, but not shocked that Big Damo hasn't been on like Dark at least yet.
He was on one episode of Dark.
Was he?
Actually, it might have even been a Dynamite or a Rampage. They brought him in for a one-off.
All right. I'm checking the cage match.
I'm 100% certain. I just don't remember what show it was.
Big Damo. All right, go on.
And then the main event of the first half of BLP was Tom Lawler versus Warhorse, which was just phenomenal.
Oh my God, he was on Rampage.
I told you.
May 18th, and he got squashed by Sean Spears.
Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, because they were building Sean for a big...
I think
storyline
for the Wardlow match, right?
It was either Wardlow or
Speaking
Cody.
of which, Sean Spears has not been seen since the cage match in AEW.
Well, his wife is pregnant, so
she's been pregnant since
preparing for
May.
She might just be preparing for parenthood. I mean, okay. I think that's fair. It is unusual that he's not on TV, especially with MJF's current push, but I just want to finish up with the tournament here. So Anthony Henry and Eric Stevens kept moving on throughout the tournament. Also moving on throughout the tournament, who was the story of the tournament, and the crowd showed the respect that it deserved, was Kylon King.
Okay.
Kylon advanced to the third round. In the second round, the second round match was Kylon King versus Myron Reed versus Shun Skywalker.
I saw that one. Yeah, Shun did his like few moves and then disappeared.
Oh my goodness. It was short, but it was...
So this was your first exposure to Shun Skywalker?
I think so. Yeah, I knew of Shun Skywalker, but I didn't know...
JPQ knows really very much about me talking about Shun Skywalker the last few years.
I do indeed.
Yeah, this dude absolutely rules. He deserves the world. He's a former Dreamgate champion in Dragongate. He's now his character is he's a psychotic, like, mental patient in Dragongate. Where, he'll fixate on a guy and, like, thinks he, like, owns him. Like a friendship that obsessed, but he's bad.
Oh.
Like that's his character. He's psychotic. It's really funny.
Interesting. All right.
Well, I don't think you're getting that on the American indie scene.
No, probably not. But I loved that match. You told me to watch out for him, so he's definitely on my radar now. And
he has a match on that Deadlock Pro show as well.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Fantastic. I look forward to watching that then. The weird thing with this tournament was so Tom Lawler was the BLP champion going into this tournament.
Sure. Yep.
And there was in the second round, so he lost in the second round. Josh Bishop won that match. All of these second round matches were 3-ways, by the way.
Very strange. Very indie.
So not only did Tom Lawler lose in the match, he lost his title at that point. So Josh Bishop was the champion then going into the final round of the tournament. It was very weird. I was very confused. Very indie. But anyway.
So what happened to Eric Stevens in this tournament?
Okay, so Eric Stevens...
What happened to the dude that beat Jungle and therefore I must hate him?
Eric Stevens went to the semifinals to face Anthony Henry.
Oh, okay.
Who, as you know, I'm a huge fan of.
It sounds like a good match.
And Eric Stevens defeats Anthony Henry in a good, long 11-minute match. They both wrestled a lot.
Okay, so Eric Stevens is beating everyone's favorites. That's the story.
Yes.
Okay.
The other semifinal match. The other semifinal match in the tournament was Kylon King versus the new champ, Joshua Bishop. That was a 57-second squash. But Kylon, like I said, the crowd went crazy for him, showed him all of their respect, and he was absolutely the story of that day.
Wait, he got squashed in 57 seconds?
He did.
Ah.
In the final round of the tournament, I mean, or the second, semifinals.
A lot of squashes going around in this tournament.
To the guy who had just won the belt, though. So
I guess.
And I like Josh Bishop a lot. I think he has a very bright future.
It just seems weird you would build these guys up in a tournament to then just get squashed.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was very interesting. The whole day, and I was tired too. I mean, it was a very long day.
So I see what's happening here in logic. But anyways.
Okay. Then there was a non-title singles match. Kevin Blackwood versus Bobby Fish.
Oh, this. Okay. I heard about this.
I think anyone who listens to the podcast knows how much I love Kevin Blackwood, right?
Right, yeah.
They went 14 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It was too much. It was too much. I love watching Kevin Blackwood wrestle, and he's the reason why I was even a little bit interested in this match. Bobby Fish was bland until the end of the match when he tries to cut a promo, and the crowd drowns him out with fuck yous. And then he finally cuts a heel promo. I don't even remember what he says. Then he goes over to the concession table, steals all the pizzas, and walks out of the building.
Okay, that part's funny.
Yeah, it was pretty great, actually. And
I would have chased after him. I totally would.
I know.
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows real martial arts.
I'll
take that chance over a Papa John's pepperoni.
Yeah.
By the way, the house I'm buying is like kind of sort of across the street from Little Caesars.
Ooh, nice. That's dangerous.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. And a KFC around the corner too. Both walking
official
distance.
Pizza of the NFL.
Little Caesars?
They are the new official pizza of the NFL. Yeah, it used to be Papa John's until this year.
Pizza Hut sucks. Clearly.
Well, no, I mean, it was Papa John's until last year, and Papa John's also sucks.
Well, Papa John's sucks for non-pizza reasons.
Suck, honestly. Oh, that's true. Anyway, I'll wrap up my BLP talk. There was also tag match with the Bang Bros versus Saturday Saints. It was okay. They did a chicken fight in the middle of it. Bang Bros are like the Midwest version of Miracle Generation.
Didn't they have?
I think you saw. Didn't I make you watch that one match? Yeah,
you did.
Then we saw Calvin Tankman versus Trisha Dora, which I think I had to leave the room for that one for some reason because I have literally no memory of that match. And then
just say you took a bathroom break. You saw the women's match on. You took a bathroom break.
Oh my goodness! I don't even.
How are the chicken tenders?
Yeah, you gotta go get the chicken tenders.
Poor Kate. Poor Kate. She doesn't deserve that kind of Kate. And then Joshua Bishop beat Eric Stevens in the final of the tournament. Then there was the Prestige show from this Sunday. What were the big matches, big takeaways from this past Sunday? You watched that one, right? Or no?
No.
Oh, I thought you said you did. Okay.
No, I only watched the women's matches.
Okay.
I don't get up. I don't get up to go to the bathroom and grab chicken tenders.
Oh well, depending on the occasion.
They got to be good goddamn chicken tenders for me to get up. I guess that's low standards.
I would be.
She didn't get up for chicken tenders. She got chicken tenders because she was up. Anyway,
there you go. Okay, brings clarity to it.
She had to pee. Like she literally, like I have been to pay-per-views where you're sitting there for several hours Sometimes your bladder does not cooperate, right? And then
I go during the men's matches. There's more of them.
She grabbed chicken tenders.
I'll definitely go during a women's match. I'll go when I need to go.
Well, actually, I don't have a lot to talk about from this Prestige show from Sunday. It was good. It was, it entertained me, but there was nothing. The opening match was probably the best match. It was Davey Richards versus the ace of Prestige right now, Sonico. It was very good, and Sonico beat Davey Richards.
Oh, I should watch that one then.
Yeah, that was the match of the night.
I like those. I like those two guys.
Everything else was fine. I watched the whole show, but yeah, that's all I have to say. Let's talk about AEW.
All right, I'll play the MJF
an hour and a half in now.
Okay, guys, MJF is back. We had the lead up to AEW Grand Slam. We had Grand Slam. We had Rampage Grand Slam. Yeah, that's how it's being advertised as. Arthur Ashe. I gotta say, AEW doing pretty well right now, I think, with the matches, the little builds. It's going to be interesting how they get into the full gear mode coming from here, but with how they got to Grand Slam after all that's what happened and the Grand Slam presentation, like the Arthur Ashe, how they shot it this time around, I thought was phenomenal. I really liked it. A lot of emphasis on kind of looking up at the fans, a lot of sky shots. They were really adamant about showing this unique stadium setup, and this was kind of our critique last time they came to Arthur Ashe, was how they shot the arena. It's been a critique over AEW of how they do shoot these arenas with all these fans in there because they should be presented as more than just the second place company, because they are getting comparable high end attendances for TV. So they should present themselves as not just an alternative, but an equal. For the people being pushed, I got really no problem with much of the booking throughout here, but I do have a story that I will share first. JPQ, I'm glad you're here, because I posted this in Discord earlier. As I was shopping after work, I went to the grocery store, as people do. You're familiar with this task of buying food? Yes?
I've never been to a grocery store.
Never, ever. Okay, so then I will relate only to JPQ in this instance. So here I am wearing my AEW hoodie, as one does.
Okay.
And I'm in the pork and beef section of the meat aisle.
Is that part important to the story?
It is important.
Okay, I'm listening.
Because the employee that does the stocking from the meat section is walking by. And he's in his cart. It's filled with meat that needs to be refrigerated. And he comes to a full stop in front of me. And he goes, "Do you like AEW?" I don't kind of lift up my head. I just go, "Oh, yeah," because I'm really concentrating on the deals in front of me, right? Okay. It's like, oh, man, $3.75 for all this pork? How can I resist? And this guy's asking me about AEW? I'm very distracted here. Yeah, I like AEW. And so this guy gets in my face. He leans over so we make eye contact as I'm looking at the pork to make it sure I'm not paying too much, right? And this guy is he's got a lazy eye, but he's also cross-eyed kind of situation going on.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I'm like, whoa! I'm like, what is that face in front of me now? Where'd that come from? It startled me a little bit. And then he goes, "Oh, man, what do you think about CM Punk?" I'm like, whoa, guy, I'm just buying pork here. I didn't say that. But I'm like, what? This is kind of out of nowhere. I'm like, hold on. I'm not prepared. So I'm like, I don't know. He can go away. I don't care. I kind of try to brush it off, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just goes, "Oh, what the hell, man? CM Punk, he's great. Now the Bucks. The Young Bucks, they suck. What do you think of the Young Bucks?" I'm like, I like the Young Bucks. I think they're cool. They put on good matches. Trying to brush it off. I start walking away. he walks 2 steps in front of me, like quick step. But all they do is bury people and slap their legs. How could you like them?
True, he's right.
And,
So
like,
he listens to Jim Cornette.
well, I don't know about that, but maybe. So I'm like, all right, I gotta get out of this guy's way. I got mushrooms to buy in the fresh aisle. Come on, you know. So I'm trying to. I was like, I like the Young Bucks. It's okay, dude. And then he puts his hand on my shoulder and he goes, well, what about Omega? What do you think about him? I think he's a little bitch. He's a selfish wrestler. AEW should get rid of him and the Bucks. And now I'm thinking in my head, I'm not saying anything. So
Definitely listens to Jim Cornette.
So I just kind of like raise my hands in the shrug motion and I'm trying to like sidestep him. You know, I got mushrooms to buy. This is very important. You know, I'm like, on my mind right now, it's the chicken parm I'm cooking tonight. Okay?
Chicken parm.
Yeah, very good, right? Yeah.
I haven't had dinner yet because
me
we've been
neither.
talking for an hour and a half.
Yeah. So he's talking about the Young Bucks bury people slapping their legs. Omega's a bitch. You know, I don't know what's going on. And then he goes, as I'm walking away, what do you think of AEW burying Bryan Danielson? This is bullshit. So then I like laugh. If I was drinking water, it would have been a spit take. Like I couldn't, I can't fathom. He's like, no, come back. I gotta tell you. AEW's burying this guy.
Let me give you more of my garbage takes. No.
So I just laugh, shake my head, walk away. I was like, oh my God, that was an experience.
We do get excited to talk to fellow folks.
It's true. It's absolutely true. So I can tell you, when I go out, like, actually, I remember this.
When you go out to the grocery store, you interrupt people. Oh my God, a wrestling shirt. I must talk to this guy. Screw your pork. Step aside.
No, but I remember, actually, it was shortly before I moved out of North Jersey. I think I was either going to a Devils game or going somewhere to watch a Devils game. So I had my jersey on. And more people approached me to talk about hockey and the Devils specifically than anyone ever did if I wore a Yankee hat or a Jets hat or a t-shirt or whatever. When you find it, I understand this guy's need to like see someone, you know, like, oh, this guy likes what I like, and to try to start a conversation. It does sound more intense than a normal conversation.
I sure got the feeling he did not like AEW, even though he clearly watches it. Maybe.
Yeah, but JPQ is right. Like, we do like, you know, to share our opinions. So that's what we're all here for, right? So.
It was very important. He interrupted my buying of pork.
What are you gonna do?
It was very forceful, I must say. Hey, how you doing? What do you think of the Young Bucks? Like, whoa, okay, whoa. Okay.
Yeah, that's intense.
It was very intense. I was very caught off guard by the frozen meat packer. All right. Jon Moxley defeats Sammy Guevara. I thought this was, like, okay. Yes? Agreed?
Yes. Yeah, it was better than okay, but it wasn't great. It was a very good television match, I thought, actually, for television.
Is Tay Conti just like a valet now? And is that good for her?
Yes and no to your second question. No, it's terrible. She was improving in the ring drastically. She had won, you know, most improved last year. And then they turned heel, and she's wrestled, I think, once since the street fight.
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it? Jungle Boy had 2 singles matches and a Christian Cage promo. Christian Cage, is he going to spin around a chair petting a cat soon? I feel like that needs to happen. But Jungle Boy faced Jay Lethal and Ray Phoenix. I love both these matches. I love these Jungle Boy matches. They're great.
I liked them too.
Yeah. Do you think
really good?
Do you think they should maybe kind of lay off the Jungle Boy thing since Christian can't wrestle, or are they doing their best to try to keep this hot? But Christian's going to be out a while.
Well,
what are our thoughts?
He might be out a while, but Jungle Boy can. Oh no, I was going to say in the meantime he can build to a feud with Luchasaurus, but I think that has to be second. I think he has to do Christian first and then Luchasaurus. I don't know.
I mean, it gives them an opportunity to bring somebody in or to switch somebody over to be the tag partner of Lucha.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
While beating up on what's
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of people on the roster you can just kind of pair them with. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who wouldn't want to team with Jungle Boy? I think that'd be fun too.
True.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what about Powerhouse Hobbs and Luchasaurus, and then Ricky Starks and Jungle Boy?
Ooh, I love that.
That's like two feuds at once. I think that could work.
Yeah.
It's Rampage. Yeah, it's 3 episodes of Rampage.
All right. Sounds like we got some good booking there. Swerve and Our Glory defeat the Lucha Bros. Only 8 minutes, but it was a fucking good 8 minutes. Did they job out the Lucha Bros too easily?
Considering they had just won belts, I thought it was really interesting to put them into a match where I thought it was really interesting to put both of these teams into a match where a champion had to lose.
I think they were dealt a card where they knew they were going to change the titles to the Acclaimed, and honestly, rightfully so. I don't have any problem with that. And if Swerve and Our Glory weren't going to be the tag champions anymore, let's give them one more good match. And I think this was good for that. Fair?
Yeah. I think that's fair. I would go a step further and say the Acclaim needed to beat somebody worth a damn so that post-Swerve Glory victory, they seem competent as a tag team champion in a wrestling promotion that values tag team championships.
Okay.
So they didn't have a signature win. Yeah, and Lucha Bros, in a sense, I don't know if I would go to the level of they were jobbed out, but the terminology on a later level absolutely works.
Right.
They're there to build validity.
Danielson defeats Chris Jericho in the semifinals in a phenomenal main event, way better than their pay-per-view match. I love this way more. They were so less technical and more physical, which I think what was missing from their pay-per-view match. Interesting that they get Jericho into this scenario, although I understand it because it was the Tournament of Champions shtick, which I think worked very well. And then they turn around at Grand Slam for Jericho to go after the Ring of Honor title. Maybe a little sudden to make that move, because considering he just lost, but I do like the story they're doing with Jericho with the Ring of Honor right now.
I love it. I loved that match. Oh my goodness. And again, you all know how I feel about Chris Jericho.
I know you're coming to my side, and there's things like this just keep happening. You're like, JD, God damn it, you're right. And I just go, yeah, I know. I'm awesome.
I'm not just going to blindly agree with you, but that match ruled. It fucking ruled. I loved it. The story was there. They really sold me on Brian's ankle or heel or whatever. You're right. The story that they're telling with Jericho and Ring of Honor, the story that they're telling with Jericho and Garcia,
it's very compelling.
It's great storytelling. Yes.
Is it doing anything for you, JPQ?
Yeah, I think so. I think I think it added something.
Okay.
To the match.
So here are the results for Grand Slam. Let's just get through this because everybody's talked their lights out about Grand Slam. But Jericho beats Claudio, Ring of Honor. We mentioned the storytelling with Jericho and Ring of Honor in general. He's doing the Code of Honor and then cheating. So it's kind of Christopher Daniels type shtick with Ring of Honor. But Jericho is being Jericho about it, which I kind of like. I love that.
The best thing about him having that belt now is all night on Rampage, on the following Rampage,
Yeah.
anytime anybody did anything, even like mildly nefarious, he'd be like, oh, that guy has no honor. It was fantastic.
Who would use a low blow?
Good stuff.
That is dishonorable. They should DQ him.
Great stuff. Just
Who would use a
great
bat? The Acclaim won the tag titles. Not as good as their pay-per-view match, but I think it was still pretty damn good. I was into it.
The match itself wasn't as good, but
Pretty hard to reach that height again.
But again, it was compelling. It was the right crowd. You and I talked earlier about Create a Pro. These guys are Create a Pro guys that I've watched for years before they made it to AEW. They are the first ground up, started on dark, built their way up to a championship guys. And I was emotional when they won. I didn't expect to be, especially assuming they would win. I didn't.
You definitely, and this was something that has been very much critiqued about AEW is, and it's this perception, and I do like saying perception is reality, because it's very true. Like, even if it's not true, it's true to the fans, and that's what matters. And the perception of the reality is there's too many ex-WWE guys that they associate with, whether they are or not is irrelevant, that have come into the company and taken spots. And the company...
Take the spots.
Right. And the company that people associate failure with that did that is TNA. So, what a common critique over TNA fans at the time, I'm one of them, is one of the poor parts of TNA was they never built up their own guys. And for the past year or so, AEW it really hasn't felt like they've built up their own guys, to put, quote unquote on that. And the Acclaimed fit the bill from the ground up. They are AEW guys, and that's why there was such like a reaction and investment in them, as opposed to someone like, I don't know, even Danielson to an extent of him coming in, or even Adam Cole, even though he has an elite tie. The Acclaimed get the biggest reaction because the people have the most investment in them and seeing them rise. That is why Jungle Boy still has a big investment in a lot of fans. Ricky Starks. These are the guys people want to be invested in and see reach the top. So with a lot of these people kind of wanting out or something, it might be like you don't want to set a precedent for it, but it might be beneficial to like let some guys go, and then you can have more guys like the Acclaimed kind of reach that part. Now they also they have to like get over and rise to the occasion and actually meet the occasion. That's hard to do in itself. The Acclaimed were very much doing all that, and it paid off dividends. So I'm very curious how their title match is going to go. And in a weird way, the Gun Club is kind of getting over in that same realm the more time goes by.
Sure. Yeah. They're definitely in that group.
Pac defeats Orange Cassidy via shenanigans, went into a ref storytelling going on. That's a fine line. You always go when you do heel ref stuff. I'm not really a fan of that. Tony Storm wins the 4-way via roll-up because, of course, can't pin anyone clean in the women's division. Unless it's Jade Cargill. And then Paige comes out. Saraya. No, it's
Saraya.
Isn't it? It's Saraya?
Yeah,
these
how
Brits.
you say it, not how it looks.
These Brits.
We'll hear it
Nonsense.
on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is a bad move. Here's why. She's getting top dollar money for someone that is unproven she's able to wrestle anymore. Okay? She's not a legend by any means. She has a fan base. That is very true. But so does like anyone else these days. Now, there is a proven dollar value to her fan base in terms of like fan fests, right? She's one of the top ones in that. The fact that she hasn't been cleared, you don't know what she can do physically. In a way, this is very much like Sting, but the difference is Sting was a much bigger star, had a much bigger pedigree. He has even a connection to the television network. You know, there's a lot of value, I think, to Sting, even not wrestling. While in the case of Saraya Paige, that is very much an unproven, and I would say the risk isn't worth it, because even if she can wrestle, the generation that's in front of us right now is a much different world than it was 5, even 6 years ago, to when she was able to wrestle moderately healthy. I'm, of course, looking at this from a very sports perspective over like investment to output value. She did get a big pop. She got a huge reaction. Not denying that. I'm denying.
That was a big surprise.
Yeah, it was a big surprise, and a lot of people were kind of expecting it once WWE let her go.
I was surprised to see her.
I don't think she's the answer the women's division needs. As well, that's kind of a huge. That's a huge thing to me.
Not just that. Is that AEW has taught us not to get optimistic about the women's division.
That's also true.
And not to get optimistic for bringing in someone who had been big in WWE. Where is Ruby? Obviously, right now she's injured, but up until then, we thought she was going to be the shot in the arm that the AEW women's division needed. Now we have Saraya, and we don't even know if she can wrestle. So I'm not optimistic.
So I'll make an argument for the last, say, 4 months of AEW's women's division. It hasn't just been one thing. It's been Ruby last year. It's been Athena. It's been who else am I missing? Madison Rayne. It's been a number of signings for different positions and different positions of the card and different skill levels. So you want to make these signings to make your division better. Everyone likes to make fun of Coach Madison Rayne, but the fact is she has 15 years of experience, and I wrote about this on the Patreon in now the article released for free of the value Madison Rayne brings in aspects, not just the wrestling ring. This is someone that has been on right. This is someone that's been on AEW's radar since the beginning for those variety of reasons. Well, Paige, what has she been doing in her injury? She hasn't been doing backstage work, to my knowledge. She hasn't been doing producing, to my knowledge. She hasn't been. She did very little managing. All she did was cut the pre-scripted promos when she was GM.
And then she managed the Kabuki Warriors.
Yeah, very briefly. These aren't things that are tangible to what AEW needs right now. Even if she comes out as a manager and she's cutting promos for, I don't know, Yuka Sakazaki, I don't think that does Yuka any good, even from that perspective. I think that just puts more issues to light than they need right now. This Paige thing, I think the risks doesn't the risk is too much for the reward. Because honestly, she's not that good a wrestler.
I disagree with everything you're saying.
Shoot, go for it.
Yes.
While you're here,
I am on the completely other side of this. I'm going to tell you why. When was Britt Baker at her best, in your opinion, in AEW?
I would say it lost its peak 2 months after she won the title.
Yeah, why?
The booking of the division in general, and she got exposed.
Talking. Well, she stopped talking and she started wrestling, right? And I don't mean that as like a super knock on Britt Baker. What I mean is that she's such a good promo. Back when she was promoing like Swole, right? It was probably Swole's best program. You don't remember the wrestling because the wrestling wasn't that great. But the talking was great, and the character got over, and people started investing in Britt Baker to being more than what she was capable at the time, and in my opinion, ultimately what she ended up being. And she's grown from there. Paige is a talker. The women's division right now is nothing, and it's been nothing, and it will continue to be nothing. And even after this signing, there's still going to be a part of me that sits there and says they ain't going to do anything of note. But if you're going to get and break through that ceiling of inaction, you do it with a talker. And Paige is a talker. And Paige has her Twitch, and she has her following, and she has the people that will follow her. Her being in AEW, whether she wrestles or not, or how all of that works, like, to be honest with you, I have yet to even consider her as a wrestler. Because she's a professional wrestler, right? She is sports entertainment. She's not the tag team division, which your worth is primarily dominated through your wrestling ability and how you tell a physical story in the ring. The singles wrestling is all about promos and then being able to back it up when you get there. But like MJF does a great job of proving that he's a great wrestler. But he ain't wrestling until he needs to wrestle, because he is over trying to prove to people that he's somebody that needs to go out there and earn the respect of wrestling from the crowd. Paige has enough cachet with being a pro wrestler, and there are people out there that believe her that she was one of the best, especially at the end of the Divas division and the beginning of the new
I understand
era.
that. Yeah.
Give Divas a chance. Yeah. And because of that, you can link into that to buy yourself the time so that if she gets cleared, maybe she comes back with a new hold, as they say. I reserve judgment to say that she's a good wrestler. I'm not here to speak crazy. All I'm saying is that, we've been clamoring for the women to do more. And to be honest with you, I don't care. And I'm from Philly. I'm from the 215. I don't care how good Penelope Ford gets. People aren't tuning in to watch Penelope Ford. I don't care what kind of story you give her and this, that, and another thing. Like it's the reality of it is that to be a professional wrestler in America on cable television, you got to be a 5-tool player.
It's true. It's true.
Right now, we know Paige has 4.
Yeah.
And can she wrestle?
I will interrupt you. Then I will
Sure.
end this to say I guess I'm also assuming a lot of things. I'll admit that. Because to me, Madison Rayne and Paige are more or less interchangeable if I'm to compare kind of two recent signings here. Paige came from WWE, Madison Rayne came from TNA. Okay? They were both champions, both primarily talkers, both ran various groups. Madison Rayne ran a more successful group, I will say, with the Beautiful People, than Paige ever ran in whatever various storylines they ran with Paige. And Madison Rayne also has a lot of tangibles added to her. Paige could Paige learn a lot of these? She could. I haven't seen evidence that she's willing to do that because she's already found a great amount of success in her 20s. So what's motivating her to go a step further when she already gets, probably, I will assume this as well, she probably makes the most money out of any woman on this roster now, including Britt Baker.
I would agree.
Yeah. And to me, that's, obviously, again, I'll preface this, I'm looking at this from a very sports perspective. I don't think this investment is worth it to what they're going to get. This screams, well, I guess that's a pun, not intended, with Paige. This is just more ex-WWE coming into AEW and setting the wrong precedent and wrong motivation for wrestlers going forward.
Who's the top indie that you're going to draw to bring in to get a pop?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that part.
Oh, what I am. I'm saying who are you bringing in?
Oh, nobody.
If you push your own talent. We've seen the acts at this point, especially on the women's side. You could tell a little bit on the men's side.
Yeah, it's definitely slim pickings for sure. But it's not to saying that AEW doesn't have the options currently under them.
Oh, you say no, they don't. What options? Sasha? at like $7 billion.
No, well,
Naomi at like
maybe that's
six and a
better.
half.
No, I wouldn't pay my. I wouldn't pay.
Well, it would be, but they can't afford it. But again, remember, it's a billionaire's money. You know what I mean? Like they don't have a budget. They don't have a salary cap. They're not buying somebody because of the Page signing. You know, it's a billionaire playing in a sandbox. Waste all your money.
I just think there's plenty of people on the roster now that haven't been given really the chance or spotlight to do what they're going to probably do with Paige. We all know Nyla. Here's my top example. We all know Nyla Rose can cut a promo, and she's a talker, and she has a personality. Hey, she even has Twitch followers, right? When was the last time we ever saw her on our TV cutting a promo, or even wrestling?
I'll give you Nyla. Actually, that's a great example.
Yeah, Nyla's my example currently.
Outside Nyla, who? Nyla's a good one. I'll give you Nyla.
Yeah, Nyla's my example I want to throw out there. Like she's the example I want to use.
Yeah. Because they're all hurt. You know what I mean? Everybody's hurt right now.
No, they're not.
Stats out.
They're wrestling on Dark all the time.
The people on Dark that you're not going to push them to the.
That's Nyla.
You're not doing that. Well, again, Nyla aside. I'm giving you Nyla. I will continue to give you Nyla. But other than that, I just think that the women's division becomes instantly more interesting. And they got to execute. I mean, again, it could fail. So like, I'm not saying that, long term this is going to be a win. I'm just saying like, okay, this gives me something to sink into.
You're saying the risk is worth the reward.
I think they're making good moves. I mean, look, to your point about Madison Rayne, right? She's a great in-house trainer. She's a great coach. She's there to help develop.
She's the role player that can't make the starting lineup that can teach things.
Right. And Paige teaches them how to have a personality and how to get over with mass appeal. And you can't say she didn't. She did it in WWE, and that's not an easy place to do it.
She did it for herself. I've seen no evidence she can help others.
Where is she given the opportunity to help others? This is her first shot. She was under contract with a broken neck.
You're right. I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and she could fail. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and say that she's gonna.
She is the story to pay attention to.
What they're doing. Like her Madison Rayne, Deeb doing her thing. She did probably is coming back a little bit long term. And again, I know there's a lot of similar names here, but again, what else do they got? You could make the case they're building Penelope a little bit too. If you're watching Dark and you're watching Monday, Tuesday, they're doing good stuff with her. So like she could be a challenge, like a viable challenger. Hey, to just to reference that real quick, to go all the way back to an hour and a half ago. She's lost to everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's beat everybody, but she's also lost to everybody. So her kind of sitting on the pine for a little while is not bad because she can come back and either be a loser or be 500 or whatever, be 8-4 and get another number one contendership shot.
Yeah,
that's a great spot for her. But if she keeps losing on TV or if she keeps winning, then you're gonna have to do something with her. So let her ride the pine and be part of the JAS.
Rickee, what do you think of the Jamie Hayter situation now?
I'm mad that she's back with Britt. They had a story. The story was there. They were telling it. It was ready-made. It was on a platter.
Yep, that's my thoughts exactly.
I would agree.
Yeah,
it's collateral damage for bringing inside.
Collateral damage.
Have to put together, but it does suck because that would have been fun.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Rapid fire, let's finish this up. Moxley beats Danielson. He's champion again. I think it's fucking awesome. Let's do it. Let's go.
Yep.
MJF story in the works. I'm into it.
Winners win, man. Winners win.
Darby Allin, Sting, House of Black, they all killed each other, including Julia Hart in her fancy Undertaker hat. Good God. I screamed.
That table spot. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad she's not dead.
Yeah, we had a bunch of celebrity spots I didn't care about. I don't even know these people, so that just exposed me and my knowledge. Like Trina, who? I don't know.
Trina's cool. I like that they have people that either you don't remember or you remember, like, wait, who was that? And then you have to Google. I think that's a fun wrinkle. No albeit it's not. It's to pop themselves, not to pull a rating.
Adam Page won a battle royal. I'm tired of these battle royals and tickets and chips and cash-ins.
It's tough. Yeah.
Very tired of it. Cargill beats Diamante. Cool, I guess. Diamante got scrubbed. That's fine. Guevara beats Eddie Kingston by reversal decision because Kingston kicked too much ass. I never liked these finishes. I think they're stupid. It went into that ref storyline, but the match was good, so we'll see where they go next. And then Wardlow, still doing jack shit. Funny how that works.
It's titles don't mean anything anywhere.
I was going to ask you what you thought the TBS title means right now.
TBS? Well, it's on Jade Cargill, and Jade Cargill is racking up them W's, baby.
And they got nobody for her.
What do you mean, who cares?
Why is she still have
the Colorado Avalanche racked up a bunch of dubs and then won the Stanley Cup?
It's true, they won the Stanley Cup.
I don't know what that belt means anymore. I feel like...
It means Jade Cargill is the best, and you're just going to have to live with her jading people for the next 127 and 0 wins.
It's true. What is that called?
I call it the Sid Vicious run.
There are two things that they can do with this belt. Have someone take it off her, someone credible, someone super babyface, someone over. I've heard people say Willow. I don't know that that's the right choice, but it is a choice. The other option, I think we talked about this on the last podcast, give Jade the women's championship title, have her merge the belts, or just drop the TBS belt completely and start a tag division in the women's division.
I think she just needs a good program. I think that's it. We just need, as fans, to invest in something. And it's the same thing with most of the AEW titles for a good chunks of time. Is we just don't have the established people gaining momentum to be a challenger. And that's why we're also sick of these battle royals or even just someone announcing, I'm challenging for the title in 3 weeks, and then they build up a little thing over the next couple weeks until they get to the simple things that can be done easily. But instead, it's just like Diamante shows up the previous week. Hey, I have this rapper you forgot about 2 decades ago. I'm going to face you on Rampage. You know, you can't really invest into those things at all. So it's not the fault of Jade as champion. It's not the fault that she isn't awesome to look at or witness. She is awesome to look at.
Yeah, what is wrong
exactly. It's not anything against Jade herself or even her as champion. You know, are we upset with Wardlow as champion? No. Are we tired of him as reign? No.
I'm not tired of the belt carriers. I'm tired of the carry. I'm tired of the reign.
Right. So if it's not working for the people we want them on, then what would changing them do? It would just get them off, and then you're like, oh, well, what the fuck even do I care about the title then?
That's what I'm saying. They don't matter. That's what I'm saying. Who cares about the titles?
So
I would tell you... Go ahead.
There needs to be stability to a lot of these titles, and we need to be invested in challengers. And that's what AEW is seriously lacking right now. And that's across the board. It's not just a Jade Cargill thing.
I don't disagree with you. However, I think your expectations of what AEW needs to be is not what they are at all. Their roots are in indie, right? So they're a matchmaking
well, they need to cut that out. This is a major league company,
but they're not going to. Not when you're a billionaire. Billionaires just make sure that as long as they get 1 million people and they have their TV deal, they'll just keep throwing money at it because he enjoys it so much.
Don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying these shows. I'm enjoying, like, the Athena Jade Cargill match at All Out. I loved.
Yeah.
That was something I was invested in.
Like, again, I'll put my little business hat on, right? JD. To Ricky's point, Jade, the TBS title is a prop for Jade because you put it on someone like Jade because nobody will ever beat Jade, which means you never really have to defend it. And when you do, it has to be in a squash / mini build / etc. You put some baddies around her, and now she's this nice marketing piece for the company, right? and she's a champion, and so she brings validity to the storytelling element, quote unquote, of being having prestige. And Tony doesn't have to do anything else with her, from building or garnering a new star. She doesn't have to build anybody. She doesn't have to do anything. She's literally a marketing ploy for Rampage, and that's all she is.
I get exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and so because of that, that's what it is. And you could make the case that Wardlow in the very beginning here is similar. And that shit frustrates some people. So I'm okay with the narrative that like they should be doing more, they're investing more, and move the title and put it on this person because of all these reasons. All I'm saying is they're doing that, and the reason they're doing that is because they're a matchmaking card, and their stories are going to be by the people that they pay millions of dollars to: Jericho's, Daniel Bryan's, Moxley's, CM Punk's, Hangman, Elite's, etc. And then their focus is going to be on the tag team division. And so by the time you work all the way down, this is part of the reason that I was excited about Paige. They do these battle royals, or they do the Jade and Wardlow title holders, or they put it on Pac, who's not there all the time, although he's had a decent run, and they put him up against challengers that would make you go, ooh, not because you're invested in them, but because, that could be a fun match, right? And so, and Jade doesn't even really have that. Because they don't have a wrestling roster on the women's side that makes you go, ooh, shout out to Willow, because she is someone that makes me do that. But
I know
that's what they are. But that's
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. However, there are options on the table to do these things because they do have weekly television. Why are we? And this has been a critique for AEW for some time. Is why are we seeing, say, unless the plan is Willow, why are we seeing Willow versus Penelope Ford when it seems like the direction of those two is null? Like if Willow
put them on Dark and match,
right? I mean, there are options of Dark. I mean, we've talked to the moon and back over Dark and Elevation of how it's not really utilized well at all for even storytelling purposes or trying to get momentum towards certain wrestlers. It's just squash matches most of the time. That's an issue.
Yeah.
This is all like fan investment perspective, and to me, that's what drives interest in the promotion further. As a matchmaking company, as they are, they do tell stories at the top level. I'm not denying that. I like those stories. It's the other ones that we as more interested fans really get more of our hands into, and that's what drives us to then talk. We suffer for these things, so that's what we're talking about. I'm not like the Mox.
You're right though. They focus on the surface level shit, and the more in depth and more invested you get into it, the lack of investment they have.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's where AEW is missing. I think that's a big hole that needs to be filled. While the main crux of their interest are very good and solid. That's why we watch the shows every week. And then we, if we get a Jungle Boy Phoenix match, none of us are complaining that match exists. Right? We do like these shows more often than not. We do praise the shows. It's just when we start getting to the finer details of, hey, why is this women's match another 4-way situation? Those are the things that
they don't want to, nor they've seen it since day one, man. I mean, think about
it's a lot of repetition.
Britt Baker Women's Championship. I forget what it was. They had a story, and they didn't even do a promo with it. Like the first time, like the women fought a singles match on one of their pay-per-views or whatever. Right. Like right after Dynamite started, it was just they've always been that way. If you're not in the top billing for the tag team or men's singles championship, or even now, with Wardlow kind of sitting on the their IC belt,
I'm absolutely okay with hierarchy. I am okay with
you're winning matches. It's just you're winning matches. You're just progressing the next challenger in the most efficient way possible, and you're just hoping one day that the person rises to the occasion worth telling a story with.
Yeah.
And to your point, and to Ricky's, the more you do that, the more we complain, because we want those stories and we want to be invested in everybody, not just the people you tell us to be or that you invest your time into. Like, it's fun to seek and find on a roster, and AEW doesn't allow you to do that.
Right. Okay. We just spoke 2 hours over the indie and AEW scene. Thumbs up, guys.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
I'm so glad you joined us, JPQ.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
So glad I dragged you in against your will.
I know, right? Impromptu.
All right. See you guys next time.
Bye.
See ya.
And everybody, it is time for the women's wrestling more talk. I know at the top of the podcast, if you skip to all these, let you know we did a lot of the American independent scene at the top of the podcast, covering lots of thoughts over Jungle Kiona and her matches, including Maki Ito and Miyu Yamashita over in Prestige Wrestling. That's where it's located, and I hope you enjoyed that section. Before I get into, as you heard, Yuka Sakazaki's theme, before I get into Wrestle Princess 3's preview and some thoughts, I wanted to mention the CMLL women's match that took place at their anniversary show. It was a mask versus mask match, Yaruchita against Isis, and notably, it's made a 4.5-star rating, Big Dave scale in the Observer. It got a lot of praise from fans of Lucha, and I myself was a big fan of the match, and it's not because of something from a technical wrestling standpoint. Let's be honest, a lot of the match was very weird and clunky. Frequently, there'd be these huge moves hit, and then, like, I think the most notable example was two parts of the match. One was Isis hits a big flapjack on the outside, and then she pulls up Jarochita, and then Jarochita just, or no, what happened was Isis does the flipping senton off the apron to the floor, and then as they both get up, Jarochita just picks up Isis for a flapjack on the floor. So there's just no, the whole match is just non-existent transition, so it's very jarring to see, including the finish, where Isis hits this like a huge splash from the top, one of her big signature moves after that, and then she seemingly just crawls to the corner and lays there, and then Jarochita just gets up, hits the big running boot in the corner, and pins her through. 1, 2, 3. So, from the actual wrestling standpoint, those aspects were pretty bad, but in terms of their intensity and fire through the match and trying big moves, my favorite, which really took this match into high gear immediately, was the Jarochita suicide dive through the ropes, in which Isis just moves and she splats on the floor. And from there, it was just heavy heat, heavy intensity, heavy fire. And the crowd was absolutely behind this match, to the levels that if you argued this was the best women's match outside of Stardom this year, I kind of wouldn't argue with it, because no other match is going to have this heat anywhere in the world, this level of fan interaction and fan investment. And yes, even more so than the Bianca Belair annual WrestleMania match that everyone grossly overrates at times, even though Bianca Belair is a good wrestler. This match in particular really hit levels that I haven't seen in years with crowd interaction. And that's kind of why it's being rated so high and why the investment's so high. I could certainly see, and I've read a number of different posts translated from Spanish of fans that believe this is going to be a generational women's match in terms of lucha, where we could be looking at a generation of women wanting to be wrestlers because of a match like this. I mean, it even got the Spanish equivalent of "This is awesome." I think it was like "Esta lucha," that the crowd is just chanting throughout the match. So pretty incredible sight. It's such fire. I really thought about going full 3 on it. I think it is full 3, but the technical aspect from my own fan perspective, I went 2 out of 3. I was very hesitant on that one because I was like, man, this is like a women's match of the year contender, but how do I rate it when so much of it is like crowd reaction and crowd investment? it's a very strange dichotomy I have right now, but if I was certainly making a top 10's women's list of the year, this would certainly make the list. And I really think for the Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year poll, this match is going to be on it. I think it's just one of those rare instances in wrestling where the match reaches a level that really transcends the in-ring. Great stuff. I'll give you an example. For my fan investment, I thought the Chick Tormenta Lady Flammer mask match was definitely better. I could have used without the male interference, but that is AAA. You kind of have to go with it. And speaking of AAA, I've been watching various shows here and there as they build up to the last Triple Mania of the year with Pentagon against Viano 4, or was it 5? One of the Vianos. And not much, there's just not much to really report there. I'm definitely more into Los Toxicas and what's going on, but just kind of on that topic, Fabi Apache is now a freelancer in Mexico, and she's actually scheduled, along with Evilise, to show up in CMLL soon. Very interesting development on how women's wrestling is being moved around and presented in Mexico as the last year and a half has gone on, including CMLL sending Stephanie Vacker and Dallas over to Ice Ribbon and doing some indie shots over in Japan. I'll have more on Stephanie Vacker later. I did get a hold of the Ice Ribbon Korakuen Hall show, and just not a lot of thoughts coming out of there, but I'll have them nonetheless. All right, so Wrestle Princess 3 preview. Here we go. I got it up. It's over at just utilizing what's on Last Word on Sports here. Who wrote it up? I want to give them credit. Oh, it's Alex. Alex wrote it up. Okay, so I think it goes without saying that the Wrestle Princess 3 card is extremely underwhelming this year. I think it's going to be easily the worst of the 3 shows from a fan investment and overall match quality perspective. I don't think it's going to reach even the emotional heights of the previous couple of years, especially considering that so much of the last couple of years on big shows for TJPW, it's all built around, look how far we've come, we used to wrestle on mats mentality. And while that's great, it's been done to death. And the fact is, this promotion is basically a decade old at this point. And they even had major financial backing a year or two before Stardom. So to compare and contrast the promotions is quite interesting in how they've gotten to each of their places. And one thing I have said, and I do agree that TJPW should do, is expand the roster, whether it's through signing people or utilizing foreign talent. And much of that critique is being seen here of using foreign talent on their third biggest show of the year, your first biggest show of the year. We've noticed that there's Grand Princess, there's Summer Sun, and now there's Wrestle Princess. So they have 3 well-defined big shows. I do like this from TJPW, including their January 4th show at Korakuen, which I think they're going to start going back to that as a bigger deal as soon as they start uncapping themselves at half attendance capacities, which is what Wrestle Princess 3 is doing. They're running the show at Tokyo Dome City Hall again, I believe. I believe that's right. If I got the venue wrong, I apologize. But they are doing half attendance, capped, but they're going to allow cheering, which is very nice to see. And to be honest, I kind of agree with this move because I bet they themselves have looked at the numbers and they go, okay, we only got like 900 people last year, even to Summer Sun and Grand Princess. While the attendance was good for them, they're not really eclipsing, that 1,200 marker. So why not just cap yourselves to allow cheering for the best environment possible for one of your 3 biggest shows of the year? So I think they know their limits, and they themselves are going to book themselves, at least venue and ticket sales wise, to their limits until something kind of comes along to make them go past it. As for the card, you have your basic tag opener, you have a basic trios match in the undercard, that they're trying to. I mean, you have Yoshiko Hasegawa, I think is interesting, but she's being billed as from Ganbare, and that's the former Yappy. Much older than you expect when you look at her. I think she's 35, 37, neck issues, but definitely a wrestler to be on the lookout for. If I was TJPW, she would be much more frequent. And in fact, all the Ganbare wrestlers should be more frequent in TJPW, especially building towards things like korakuen. Do something interesting with people that you have access to, such as Yoshiko Hasegawa. I'm not a Yuna Monase fan, but she is a veteran that you can put her in interesting things. Now, Calcutta is a person I've been very vocal about of why don't they do more with her rather than constantly in undercards doing essentially nothing. So this match is no different. They've been hyping up a big trios match between Aja Kong teaming with Raku against Max the Impaler and people. Look, I wouldn't be putting Rika Tatsumi in a match like this. I'd be putting her in something more important, but here we are. We're getting an annual Hyper Masao weird comedy match, and that's where Mizuki is. Not what I do. 1 to million, that's Maki Ito and Miyu Yamashita teaming up, taking on Riho and Hikari Noa. I am suspicious that this match is the result of them not being able to book Miyu Yamashita or Hikaru Shida, assuming that was the case in the goal. If it's not the case in the goal, and this is what their end goal was, I really question these things. Why wouldn't you have Riho in a much higher profile singles match? Why wouldn't you have Hikari Noa try to be in a position to get a big win over somebody? These are just varieties of the card that I kind of scratch my head at. Other than that, it's just like a standard tag. Suzume is going to lose to Ryo Mizunami in veteran beats young person match. People will pretend that Suzume is going to get super over in this. Look, unless Suzume pins this girl clean, no roll-up, then I don't care. And then we get to the top half of the card, and this is where it gets... this is where I get really negative on TJPW. I'm sure at least 2 of these matches are going to be fine to maybe even good or better, but this is more of a bigger issue within the promotion that we've constantly reiterated over the last, I guess, 2 years at this point, where we need more people at the top in this promotion. Now, tag title match is Yuki Arai and Saki Kai, which I've been vocal that I do support this tag team and how they've been pushed, especially since their obsession with Saki Kai is forever tag title holder. They're against The Uprising, Rhea O'Reilly and Nightshade. Now, I do agree to utilize foreign talent and utilize them to the best of their ability. This ain't it. This is probably going to be a terrible match. I expect nothing but low-level wrestling coming out of this, and it wouldn't shock me if they changed the tag titles here for God knows whatever reason. TJPW has been utilizing their relationship with Eve, and it's interesting how they keep coming up with this. Again, this is your one of your 3 big shows of the year. I'd want to put in maybe your best foot forward, highlight your own roster. Like, why wouldn't you have 1 to million in this match, for example? Why wouldn't you have a higher profile match for someone else you want to actually push in this promotion? But maybe this is a give and take relationship here with Eve, but then I gotta ask, like, is it worth it to work with them if this is your move? I mean, the Uprising haven't even been on a TJPW show this year at all, so there's nothing built between these people. And speaking of unfortunate events, Alex Windsor defends the International Princess mid-title against Miyu Watanabe, coming off her victory over fellow loser Suzume. Boy, was this easy to predict or what? Miyu Watanabe gets finally her first wins ever for a Princess Cup run till she bonks her head on the ceiling that is the pillars of TJPW. doesn't beat anyone convincingly clean at all throughout the tournament. And here she is, positioned to now beat Alex Windsor, whom unfortunately she had a small knee injury, but again, this is only her second appearance in TJPW, and it looks like she's just going to lose this title. And Miyu Watanabe, you could think of this as a big push for her. I don't, because the people that have held this title prior haven't seen any upward momentum after winning the title. Past champions are Yuki Kamifuku, Hikari Noa, Kobashi. She went for the title. Natsumi Maki. She held this title, and she got nothing out of it. She did get injured, like probably during the title match, but Yuna Manase is another one. She at least had been positioned as someone protected, but this title just doesn't have the best track record and a person that they're going to push for pop title matches going forward. Now, I personally like that because Alex Windsor, unless she's joining Stardom or AEW or doing something along those lines, because she is going to be on that Royal Quest card, tag teaming for a match to be a better wrestler than the people involved in the actual IWGP title tournament. But if Alex Windsor can secure a paid job with TJPW and then she can scum it up on the indie scene, I mean, personally, Alex Windsor's too good for this promotion, but as a foreigner, she could be a top foreign person in TJPW going forward. But Miyu Watanabe is probably going to win this thing. She's going to hold the mid-card title for months. I've seen people discuss that she should actually lose this match and then maybe go on to the January show and challenge for the title and win it there. I'd prefer that, but the problem is if she loses here, then they're really going to have to heat her up for the end of the year, which I'm not sure that they're good at that. And that will be an interesting attendance and analysis to break down whichever direction they end up going for the January Korakuen of 2023. And then the pop title, Shoko Nakajima defends against Yuka Sakazaki. Couldn't care less who wins. Yuka Sakazaki is one of my favorite wrestlers. I see her winning this match, taking the title, and history repeats itself yet again. A bad card. A very underwhelming card. I mean, in a vacuum, some of these matches are going to be good to watch, but in terms of investment and planning for the future, I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it. That does it for that preview. Let's move on to a quick ice ribbon and some various indie news. Okay, so Ice Ribbon ran a Korakuen Hall show in attendance of 349, I believe is what I have written down here. I think that's right. If not, close enough. But actually, no, I can pull this. I can pull up my Joshi stats Excel sheet that I like posting. I've kept track of shows attendance over 300 throughout the year. 364 was actually the attendance. So they didn't have a show in August that broke 300. Their last Korakuen was 289, so this is definitely up. So the Stephanie Vacker match definitely garnered some interest. Hikaru Shida and Ibuki Hoshi going for the tag titles garnered some interest from the very least. It got them back to the point where they were in July, coming off of the title tournament for Sauriano. As for the matches, let me just pull up the card here. Ice Ribbon. There was Big Dakai defeating Saran, Sumika, Yanagawa, and Yuri. Not great. Rebel Enemy in the endless days of Mayukihi doing nothing in this promotion since December. Hikari Shimizu and All Cap Saki and Kahu Matsushita, they were there as well. Yuki Mashiro defeats Cherry and Matsuzawa-san in 10 minutes to retain the Triangle Ribbon title. Again, it's a Triangle Ribbon match, and it wasn't shortly after this that Yuki Mashiro has announced her retirement. She will be retiring at the end of the year, Ribbon Mania. So another key figure in Ice Ribbon over the last couple of years is gone from the promotion. She's probably going to drop this title or retire with it, as is tradition. And a harsh truth is losing Yuki Mashiro after 3 years, which we've seen this move before. Takiya Saya is the first one to come to mind. In their heads, they have an allotted time that they want to be in wrestling and devote to it. It was 3 years. That's probably the full length of their contract. And with Ice Ribbon struggling financially, clearly, and struggling to draw any sort of fandom in and out of the Joshi world, this is pretty expected, to be honest. Yuki Mashiro is a comedy wrestler. This is pretty much going to be her ceiling. The high point of her career was getting to the finals of the tournament and losing to Saori Ano, which was probably the best match of her career as well. But she just does not have the body to be a wrestler. And I mean that from the literal physical standpoint, where whether it was her head or her lung issues that she would have, I don't know if it was panic attacks or some sort of ailment that she suffers through, but this is where we're at, and losing a comedy character is a very little loss, but she is a key figure for Ice Ribbon, and it just continues the trend of Ice Ribbon not really knowing what to do past certain points, and they're sticking to their ways. And there needs to be tangible improvements, which I'll get to at the very end. But there was a trios match. Amin, Miss Kagura, and now Ishikawa defeat Asahi, the returning Kyuri, to the promotion. So she did retire, but didn't, and now she's back. So there's your kind of 1-to-1 replacement. Yuki Mashiro out, Kyuri in, and Teihonmo is also there. Another person that I am baffled they just don't utilize more of. It's just a lot of these useless trios type matches and tags. The top 2 matches on the card is just not enough to have interest in this promotion from a fan perspective. Pay attention to Nao Ishikawa. We'll get to her in a sec. But Hirakawa Shida, Ibuki Hoshi defeat The Ham and Makoto. 19-minute match. Everybody but Ham looked fantastic here. Makoto has really become a tag team specialist. She's really figured it out in her 30s comparatively to how awkward she started out. Joshi 2010s. You can listen to the Makoto journey of how she left Ice Ribbon to where she was inside of Tajiri's little promotion over there. But Hikaru Shida, she does it again. She wins another title. AEW wins again. She's the Wave Champion and now the Ice Ribbon Tag Champion. Rumor has it that Shida is heavily involved in backstage for Ice Ribbon when she spends time in Japan. So maybe she's doing a little Booker trend of Tsukasa Fujimoto of winning tag titles with various partners going forward. But good for Ibuki Hoshi. This is her first real title in the promotion. Probably a good spot for her. Getting, I guess they want to call it the Hikaru Shida rub, but this is just another example of Shida just not being a draw in Japan at all, at least in this current landscape. Regardless, it only has 8. This is the only match on Cage Match that's rated. It has an 8.56. I think that's pretty absurd. I mean, 2 out of 3 recommendation. I don't think it was that great. It was fine. And then the main event was Saori Ano defeating Stephanie Vacker, 14.5 minutes. I talked about the build to Stephanie Vacker and Saori Ano was very strange, very un-Tsukasa Fujimoto-like. Maybe it's Hikaru Shida-like. Because even match structures are kind of being more TV-oriented, is what I got out of this match. Their tag team interactions. Just imagine their short interaction stretched out to 14 minutes, and that's what you got here. I think the match was ultimately fine. I think it was definitely the more unique and interesting title matches on the Joshi indie scene this year. It caught my eye, but it's going to be a match we're going to forget about, unfortunately, pretty quick because the world just keeps on moving. So that is that. Saori Ano continues with the title. Maybe there's something in it in the long term, but whomever beats her, I just don't know what to make of this run Saori Ano's on. It has proven to be the fear is real with her, where she's not a star, she has no buzz, she has very little fandom carrying over to Ice Ribbon. But even if I look at the stats here with Ice Ribbon, despite my negativity around the promotion, it is still very much, from a total attendance standpoint, the number 3 promotion. And that really comes down to the amount of shows that they run. I would compare Wave to a point, but Wave struggles to break 200 these days. So they're at a different level of running an amount of shows. Oz Academy, Seedling, Pure J, they run their unique ways as well, but due to the fact of how little they run, their numbers are really interpreted differently and analyzed differently. You know, when you run once or twice a month tops, it's a very different world you live in compared to Ice Ribbon that runs every single weekend and has a monthly big show where they can build towards something. But if I compare like Ice Ribbon's 3784 and their total attendance over 300, Stardom with New Blood and Showcase has 3177, sitting primarily in 4th place among Joshi promotions. Yes, I do have TJPW's total. It is 8,600. So they're way, way, way far ahead in 2nd place behind Stardom for Joshi rankings. Gato Move, they ran a ringed show headlined by Mesaruga and Yuna Mizumori, in which Yuna Mizumori announced she is going freelance. She is leaving Gato Move, I believe, today upon recording. And look, they got 351 to their nice little show and a decent little main event with no stakes. Probably should have ran a loser leaves town match to get people talking. Look, it was a nice little match. I went full 3 out of it. Maybe even, I wouldn't go as far as like a 4-star plus match or anything, but in terms of what it means for the promotion, what they were doing, and Mesaruga, all-time carry job. It's one of the best ones this year. I would say that Shuri had a big carry job against the Nene, but Nene looked terrible. If Nanai's not throwing a headbutt or a terrible lariat, she looks terrible. Like throughout the entire match, it's the argument of like any Keiji Muto match post like 2010. It's like, dude, if the person still looks terrible in the match, then you're not carrying shit. So Mesaruga absolutely carried the Pineapple Girl because the Pineapple Girl was put in positions to succeed and look so much better, and she looked like she could hang with Mesaruga. So I really enjoyed that match. Good little full 3 rec match. Mesaruga, good wrestler. Who knew? In Seed, they have a new rookie about to debut, apparently, which is good because they need more roster members to not push. There was a tag match. I believe it was the tag titles. Riko Kaiju and Aomi Sasamura, the 2 AW token Joshi that are in many of these promotions, just scattered out. But look, they got humbled. It was definitely a hard-hitting, interesting match. You could put a 1 or 2 out of 3 on there if you like. I have no investment in anything Seedling does other than Arisa Nakajima and her coming off that horrible leg injury that she suffered. Thank God it wasn't like her neck or anything. But she hasn't been cleared to wrestle yet, even though she's kind of walking around doing things and taking bumps. But it wouldn't shock me if Arisa Nakajima retires sooner rather than later. I would really like Arisa Nakajima and Riko Kaiju, and I'd like to see them make an appearance in Stardom at some point down the line before Arisa Nakajima decides to hang it up, because it's coming. You know, she's taken a severely reduced schedule over the last half decade. I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Seedling looks like it's holding on strictly because of Arisa Nakajima, and Natsuki Tayo just kind of was given the keys to a beat-up car. But I'll have more on who left, because I have a lot to say there. But I guess that does it. Let's move on to a little bit of Stardom talk. and then I can get into Dragongate after that. So let's play Stardom. Let's see, what theme am I going to play? You know what? Let's do this. Stardom gearing up for the weekend. Upon this recording, I'm doing this before the 5-star finals, and I haven't even seen the Takanobaba show yet. I still got to do that and record for the Patreon, in which, if you are an avid Stardom fan like I am, then over on the Patreon, patreon.com/redleafretrocast, you can listen to every single 5-star show review, in-depth analysis of attendance, spoiler-free recommendations at the top, and then I go all the matches from there. So, before I'm going to do a 5-star final preview, and then I'll go into Stardom and Showcase, because I've been saving those goofy thoughts for some time, and in fact, I'm going to preemptively pull up the Stardom and Showcase card. Boy, that was a show. That was another one. But, I have up Scott E. Wrestling's over on voicesofwrestling.com, a little preview that he made, and he predicts a Tam Nakano Julia final. And I said months ago at this point that so much hindered on if Tam Nakano was winning that red belt back in Nagoya. And I predicted, shockingly, a Tam Nakano Julia final because they have a lot to play off of. And reading Scott E's review here on Voices of Wrestling, he absolutely agrees, and so does people like Alex and a variety of other Stardom podcasters out there. We've all kind of got the same prediction of a Tam Julia final. But here's the thing, and I can't stress this enough. That isn't Hatman booking. And it's not because of the aspect of, quote-unquote, burning a big title match or whatnot. In my prediction of the Tam Julia, it just makes sense because they have such history together, and it would be different, and it would further play into the Cosmic Angels DDM storyline going forward, with a lot of their past coming to light. And we've seen it through the 5-star with the Mai Sakurai story and the Natsupoi leaving DDM in the midst of the summer. Do they need the 5-star finals or even a title to do the rematch? And they don't. And that's why I'm very standoffish on this. I'm very hesitant to truly believe the Hatman way is to book this for the finals. So I still would love to see Tam Julia and Julia win, and she goes on to win the red belt. That is the story I'm invested in the most. But don't put it past the Hatman to pull out two completely random people to get in his finals. We could be looking at a scenario where it's like Suzu Suzuki versus Maika in the 5-star final. We could look at a scenario where it's Hazuki against Maika, or I don't think they're going to do Himika back-to-back, but it could be Hazuki versus Azumi. But they clearly have something in mind with the high-speed title for that. But could the 5-star final be a launching pad for that kind of feud? It could be. Could they just be doing something as simple as Utami wins and faces pick somebody from the Blue Stars block, whether that's Suzu, Hazuki, or Julia, and Utami just wins. Could Hatman be crazy enough to do Utami Julia in a 5-star final? I mean, anything's possible. I just don't see it. Utami Julia, to me, screams a big match in like March next year, with Julia having the red belt. That's what that feels like to me. My 2 scenario predictions is the Tam Julia one that everybody and their mother had pegged back in June and July with a Julia victory. But if we're going to go crazy and we're going to think outside the box, we're going to think like Hatman, I think it's Suzu Suzuki versus Maika. And Suzu Suzuki is going to get that bag, and she's going to go wave Catch the Wave champion, and she's going to go Stardom 5-star champion, and she will sign with Stardom. I don't know. In my realm of hope and prayers, it would be Micah who wins, but just don't see it. Julia Micah is a very popular pick as we've gotten closer to the 5-star final. So a lot can happen on this night. Many people are already eliminated, but the people that are still in it, the Red Stars block, is Micah, Azumi Shuri, Tam Nakano, Himika, and Utami. While in the Blue Stars, it's basically just left up to Julia, Hazuki, and Suzu. A lot would have to happen for Starlight Kid, I think, if she even has a chance to win, for that to go down the way it did. Because... No. So if Julia or Suzu... I guess if they go to a draw, that would put Julia at 16, and no. So then Starlight Kid's out. Starlight Kid's out. She can't win. No. Because nobody can get no points. All right, Stardom and Showcase. This show was ass. This show was garbage. Now, is there enough things to you to like get your GIF makers out and do some funny ha-has, and you got your funny ha-ha moments? Sure. Yeah. There was some of that. We had Hanan and Saida doing the honors of one of the worst matches in the 5-star this year from the technical standpoint. I don't know what happened. It definitely looked like two rookies out there for sure. But Hanan beats Ida, so they're both at 4 points. They're down. Suzuki defeats Starlight Kid in a 14-minute, 11-second match. Suzu Suzuki, I spoke about this on the Patreon. This German suplex, I think, gotta go. I don't think it's good enough to put people away. It really brings the match down. Now, the post-match I thought was the most interesting, where Suzu grabs the mask and the embarrassment token paper, and the talisman, if you will, and throws it on Starlight Kid's face and mocks her. There was a lot of mocking in the match, which was good heel work for Suzu Suzuki, but honestly, I was not impressed with this match at all. It definitely felt and looked like they were, from a match standpoint, they were holding back a lot. Or they were facing each other for the first time, which they are, and they just weren't familiar with each other, and they're so young, and they're still trying to figure things out, that Starlight Kid wrestling anyone other than, I guess, Haruko Umasaki, there's a lot of growing pains there. So Suzu defeats her in a match that I actually went 0 out of 3. I was just so underwhelmed. Even the tease of the draw, I was like, I couldn't get into it. I must be the only person on this planet that didn't think it was like a 4-star match. So we got Shuri Azumi part 2 here, with my opinion. I think this is a hot take. I just think it was a below average match, and I know both can produce so much better. I think it was heatless. I think they really should have exemplified going into getting under each other's skin, because they had that one moment where Suzu mocks the moonsault, and then Starlight Kid comes back and does like 3 of them in a row. Needed a lot more than that, because besides that, the match was very soulless to me. Shout out to Mirai, who doesn't lack soul. And then quickly, just to wrap this shit up, Azumi and Mayu and Ram Kaicho 3-way pin Micah in an 18-minute Falls Count Anywhere match. DDT come to Stardom yet again. Mayu chucks herself down some stairs because she's insane. Azumi falls on balloons a whole bunch. Ram Kaicho throws powder in everyone's face, and Micah just has fun popping balloons in people's faces. That's what this was. Not really arcade anarchy or anarchy in the arena or a Young Bucks Falls Count Anywhere. None of that. This was just walking around doing random gift shit. I hated this. Cosmic Angels all are in a like 6-way bikini match, and they had squirt guns. They squirted each other with squirt guns. Went backstage. Apparently Udagi took everyone's tops off. I don't know. It's a waste of time. It went 14 minutes for a DQ. The fuck? Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't even see this as like a bad thing in women's wrestling and it's like 60 steps back, I'm looking at this going, okay, I've seen Ice Ribbon at Ueno Park squirt gun each other in bikinis and they look like they're having fun. They're playing softball and shit. That's what they were. It's women shooting each other with squirt guns. That's it. It's not a wrestling match. It's nothing. Julie and Rina Yamashita defeat Momo Watanabe and Ruaka in another boring hardcore match. 18 minutes this went. There was cinder blocks that they fucked around with. There was a non-gimmicked Jeff Jarrett guitar that Ruaka el-kabonged Julia with, making me scream that she got a concussion immediately and ruining all aspects of the 5-star this weekend. Just terrible. I hated this. So boring. And then the icing on the cake was, off of this cracked out show, we get the Grim Reaper army against the Rossi Ogawa bodyguard army of Lady C, Shuri, and Utami, and YUU's partners are revealed to be my worst nightmare, Yuna Manase and Nanai Takahashi. They will be known as the Neo Stardom Army. They win this just embarrassingly boring, just no selling your stars match for 22 minutes, and it was over the top rope, Captain's Fall or whatever the fuck, where Shuri and Yu both bonk each other out of the ring. Yuna Manase knocks Utami out, and then Nanai, of course, beats up the rookie Lady C, and she's screaming passion. She's screaming she's taking Stardom back. Stardom is weak. Alpha Female comes on the screen. It's like she's joining the Neo Stardom army. Bunch of just immobile old fuckers coming back. I hate these storylines so much. And the fact that it's the Nanai Takahashi, who just got fucking beat a month ago by the top champion. And I'll go back to that promo. Shuri says, "Hey, Passion, what's up? I beat you. How's Stardom now? Is it still weak? Haha." And Nanai goes, "I can kill Stardom if I want to," and leaves. Well, she's back, and this is what we get. Yuna Manase and Nanai are here, and we're going to get Alpha Female. I pray Alpha Female can still wrestle, at least to an above average level. Otherwise, this storyline is going to be so painful to go through. Because Nanai and YUU are going to be in Tag League. Oh. Be still, my heart. Literally be still so I don't have to live and watch this anymore. So this immediately breaks the whole concept of Stardom and Showcase is supposed to be in its own universe with DJ Pretty Dragon and her boobs doing cute little mixes of Stardom theme songs. Now it's bleeding over into Stardom proper. Now I got a problem with it. Now you've broken your rule, you've broken your promise, and now I'm very hurtful inside. I'm hurt, Stardom. Hatman, get that woman out of your ear. She's nothing but trouble. She's no selling your top stars. Yuna Manase, who's never been shit. She's only been shit. Even her shits are mid on the toilets. But she's big, so whatever. 5-star final this weekend. Very excited. All right, on to Dragongate. Oh, here we go. What am I doing? I gotta play this. See it now, and you better hold on. Overdrive them, gotta take it to the Hey, the Eita we love is back. All right, Dangerous Gate, attendance of 1,790 people. A good little in-between attendance for Dragongate, the possibly now number 4 promotion in Japan at the Otis City Gym. If you want to get technical with it, It is the largest non-Stardom New Japan show of attendance in this arena since COVID. It's an awfully roundabout way of me saying third place in this arena, but here we are. This might be the best Dragongate show I've seen since about February from a bottom to top standpoint. There was some issues on the show. I will get into them. There's some very strange booking decisions, I think. And, well, it's strange in the sense that it's not really something I want to see as a fan, but I understand why they're making the decisions. If that makes sense. So let's get into this. The opener was Dragon Dia and Madoka Kakuta defeating the Kung Fu Masters, JFK and Jason Lee. Match went 12:41, so pretty short, and I did like it. I went 2 out of 3. The part where I'm confused is the Kung Fu Masters lost already. I thought this team had a great fun gimmick, good babyface vibes. They took down the evil heel team at Kobe, and a month later, they've already lost the titles, I believe, on their first defense here. And this has been a thing throughout Dragongate ever since the Ultimo Dragon Nasawa Rongai era has kicked in. Pick whoever you want is the booker. You can see their fingers in and out, up and down the cards through booking. Even the shows are very kind of 90s lucha-esque. If you go back and watch some old AAA or CMLL type shows, but with there's a lot more promos, a lot shorter matches, and the list goes on. But Dia and Kakuta, they're very into Decourage. Dragongate is, and they are all about trying to do as much with Decourage as they possibly can. Now, why a Bravegate title match wasn't on the show, I don't know. But instead, Shun Skywalker, SB Kento, La Estrella, they're all kicking it up on the various Lucha Indies and American Indies doing very strange random shots. I'm not sure what that is exactly accomplishing, other than to kind of just appease Dragongate wrestlers into wrestling somewhere else when they don't need them. There was 3 matches of filler in between there, and then we get to the Gold Class defeats High End match. So the Benkei Trolls everybody tour keeps going. He's checking out, that kind of deal. He's like a suave Spaniard, causing mischief to Yamato and company for 13 minutes. Really feels like Benkei has fallen into the BB Hulk, Naruki Doi type role here with his newfound charisma and persona. He's no longer the stoic, silent nobody. I really like this heel turn that he's had. And speaking of Naruki Doi, after this match, he bowed to all sides of the crowd. He is no longer a full-time Dragongate wrestler. He is moving towards freelance contract status. He will still be booked priority in Dragongate. What exactly that entails, it sure feels like Maya Yukihi in Ice Ribbon. That's what this feels like. Now, Naruki, to be fair with Naruki Doi, he is in his early 40s. His body's been broken down. He's been dealing injuries for quite some time. So it's not the sky is falling in terms of Naruki Doi, but you gotta wonder, if Dragongate was in a much better place and position, why would he do this? Exactly. Natural Vibes and Zebrats, they did not have a unit disbandment match at Dangerous Gate. That is sure seeming like it's heading towards a Final Gate destination, but instead they had a quick DQ, then it was restarted with GM Saito as a no DQ match, and this was a walk and plunder type match. There was a couple good spots here or there, but it ends with KZ at the top of a ladder, and here comes out a fake Shun Skywalker, something straight out of WWE Raw in the early to late Attitude Era. And of course, KZ gets chucked off the ladder, and then he inevitably gets pinned, because it is never KZ time. I didn't like this very much, and I thought the angle's stupid, but I understand the heat in between. So this is another case, just like the opener, but the difference is I like that match. This one, I didn't like it, but I understand the moves. Open the Triangle Gate match was solid as fuck. It was Masashi Mochizuki Jr., and Susumu defeating Not Drag Don Fuji, who was hardly in the match, to be honest, Ishin Ihashi and Ishin Rickee, that's Ihashi's father. 15 minutes. You remember the tag match from earlier a couple weeks ago? It was more of this, just with a couple extra players. And then Yoshioka defeats Eita 24-45. After the match, Eita bows to the crowd. There's a lot of Dragongate fans split on this that I've seen from Japan and English alike. The Dragongate, like Voices of Wrestling faithful, see this as more of like a face turn. And there's a bunch of others I was reading that they think it's that way. I didn't get that vibe at all. There's been rumors that Eita wants to do like tours in Mexico and he wants to go. To me, this reads like he is going freelance, just like Naruki Doi. He might have Dragongate preference, but with the Paris Del Mall and what's happening, I mean, to me, this looked like what Naruki Doi was doing. He also bowed, and this was a hell of a match. I really liked it. Eita essentially beat up Yoshioka for 20 minutes. It was a good little King's Road-esque style match where Eita was just beating his ass and Yoshioka would hit like one cool move for a counterattack attempt, and then Eita would pound this dude into the mat, stop that shit flat, and it was pretty awesome. It created a lot of good babyface fire comebacks from Yuki Yoshioka. It was the closest thing I've seen in a while to like a 90s All Japan format match. It really was. I thought it was pretty brilliant. It's my second, it's my number 2 Dragongate match of the year. I loved what Eita did. A lot had to do with the good build of submitting Yoshioka, so I bit hard on the various submission holds. And I bit hard on Eita hitting the numero unos and numero dos and the all of his key moves. Created great moments of man, he might win this kind of moment. And then Yoshioka hitting the big couple big moves from the top and hitting multiple frog splashes to finally put Eita away. Very convincing in how he was able to beat this guy. Yoshioka, I think they've done a good job with him since he's won the title. I think they've done a good job highlighting the courage, especially in the case that this is what you're going with for your future. They're still trying to debut rookies and position them in well. But with Yoshino kind of showing up in GLEAT and Ishida leaving the promotion, going to GLEAT, we're having a weird exodus right now in Dragongate, and I just can't help but wonder who's next. So, definitely 3 out of 3 recommendation on the Yoshioka Eita match. And 2 out of 3 on the Twin Gate match. But overall, I have my thoughts, but overall I thought this was a pretty good show. Pretty good show. Not top to bottom good, because there's still those wacky, like, Punch Tominaga and Kenichiro Arai type matches in the undercard, and some Ho-Ho Loon and Super Shenlong, just wacky stuff. But that's kind of Dragongate in a nutshell there. And that will do it for the Dragongate. Let's get into some All Japan. And you know what? I haven't played some Jumping Bomb Angels in a while. Here we go. And welcome to the latest All Japan Women Destiny part of this podcast. I'm very excited to cover the 1993 Japan Grand Prix Finals, which took place... God, I gotta pull this up. Just closed it. Oh no. What a disaster to start. It took place on August 21st, 1993, right before the massive Legacy of Queen show that's occurring in like 3 days from this Korakuen Hall show. Full attendance here at Korakuen Hall, 2,300 allegedly. It's their wall-to-wall, shoulder-to-shoulder lineup here. And before I go into what happened from the Grand Prix, there was a match of the Grand Prix I was able to find from a show that took place on June 11th at Korakuen Hall, only 2150 for this one. But it featured Masami Watanabe losing to Sami Numata for the junior title. Saki Asagawa defeated Toshio Yamada, which was pretty damn good. I believe that was another Grand Prix match. Hasegawa continues to just be on an upward trajectory. And that really got me thinking about where does this promotion see Toshio Yamada right now? And I talked about Toshio Yamada compared to Shuri and the level that Yamada got to. And I love Yamada. I love watching her. She has a very unique gimmick and style to her, but she is definitely nowhere near the top of this promotion comparatively to, say, Kyoko Inoue, nowhere near Aja Kong and Bull Nakano. Akira Hokuto has just transcended everybody. Like, it's just not even close where Akira Hokuto is. And then you got, like, second tier of people like Yumiko Hota, Toshio Yamada, where they, like, kind of keep them strong, but they don't, like, truly believe in them. And then you have your tier that they're trying to elevate at all times. And that's LCO, that's Saki Hasegawa, that's Takako Inoue. That's these people that they're really trying to position to get to that second level, to join Toshio Yamada, if you will. And this was the Hasegawa-Yamada match was a good representation of that. And it's the Grand Prix, so anything can happen. And I watched in full the Hikari Fukuoka Kyoko Inoue 30-minute draw. And the first 10 minutes was a little, Kyoko Inoue special, where it goes into her wacky, unique little... my God, getting hit with messages here. Oh boy. God, the spam calls are just nuts today. That's what's happening. Okay. Kyoko Inoue going into her wacky little unique submission holds for a good period of time. It's a very flawed aspect of her game. But Hikari Fukuoka is like Manami Toyota, but JWP. And but she's definitely more technical. So she's able to sell these a lot better than I have seen other people, Kyoko Inoue, try this on. And when they get past that 10-minute mark, this match is straight fire. I gave a full 3. I think this was not as good as the Kyoko Inoue Manami Toyota 30-minute draw in the tournament, but this was pretty close. Because what ends up happening is it sure seems like they emptied the tank of their arsenal. And they just don't know the next level in their game yet. Kyoko Inoue has a bum shoulder. Hikari Fukuoka attacks it. And when Kyoko Inoue goes for the Niagara drivers and the like, Fukuoka counters into big armbar spots and the crowd just goes to their feet. And I bought it as a total finish. Hikari Fukuoka with the most beautiful moonsault in the game now. She is amazing at this. She just flies gracefully through the air. And Fukuoka hasn't developed a top-level part of her game yet, but she's on the rise. She's on the rise hard, and it really makes you wonder how quick JWP is going to put her in those top positions to succeed against the Dynamite Kansai's, Mayumi Ozaki's, and they're kind of already there. She just needs to develop a little extra aspect to her game. And so Fukuoka goes to the well one too many times with the moonsaults. In a way, blocks one and then gets out of the way on another late in the match. And one-armed Kyoko Inoue lifts her up for a Niagara driver, and the bell rings before she's able to hit it and pin her. So, good match, full 3 marks here. And then, probably one of the greatest squash matches of 1993, Akira Hokuto beats Yasha Kurodai in like 2 minutes, where they like mock each other's poses. Yasha gets a wooden sword, beats Hokuto's bum knee, hits multiple choke slams, which is her finisher. Hokuto no-sells like 3 in a row. Yasha hits 4, hits one from the top. Okay, she's selling a little bit more. And Yasha tries to go for a splash. Hokuto gets the knees up and then just taunts the crowd. Someone tosses her a sword to get revenge. She tosses it away, hits the Northern Lights palm, and knee on the throat pin. It's over. Phenomenal squash. I love these Yasha Kurodai squash matches. I saw it against Bull Nakano. Definitely saw the Shinobu Kandori one. This was, and if you listen to those LLPW reviews over on the Patreon, patreon.com/redleafretrocast, you'll be able to follow along with LLPW. And I read a couple reviews of this match in particular because it was so unique of the era. But in the context of LLPW and what we've been watching, this is how Yasha Kurenai gets booked. She is a delinquent that gets what's coming to her, and it's very quick. And she doesn't, if it's not the goofy little hardcore stipulation or a walk and brawl into a bunch of chairs, Yasha Kurenai has lost a lot of matches in under 5 minutes throughout 1993. So there's the context behind that. So let's get into the Grand Prix final. It's the, let's say, Block A winner faces the runner-up of Block B, and then the Block B winner faces the runner-up of Block A. So we got Akira Hokuto and Manami Toyota, and then we have Yumika Hotta and Harley Saito, which is interesting because we just got that, I think it was the Hokuto Saito, Harley Saito match just a couple weeks prior. So a little weird in the arsenal of booking there, but or timing. But hey, you're on Harley Saito's time. And as for the card, before I get into those key matches, this card in the under areas was very poor. They had a small person match, if you will. Mr. Buddhaman defeats Temezo Tsunokake. Don't know why that exists here. It might have something to do with the depleted, injured roster, and the amount of people we've seen debut is very slim in terms of AJW the last couple of years. We had a 2-on-1 handicap match, Tomoko Watanabe defeating the scrub rookies of Chaparita Asari, and I believe this was the first time they've used her name as that, which I believe is the Little Clam, I think. Chikako Shiratori, we've seen her before, but Tomoko beat them both, so there you go. They are calling Etsuko Mita and Suzuka Minami the actual Twin Towers, so no Sid Vicious here. Although I would like to see what an Etsuko Mita Sid Vicious impression would be like. You know, crush her car in the parking lot, and she jumps on it going, "Nani!" Who would be Goldberg? Bull Nakano in this situation? No, Bull Nakano, I knew it! Why? Well, they beat Mima Shimoda, trying her hardest to get a good match out of this, but unfortunately, Seimei Numata has to get in the ring at some points here, and it really drags it down. 17 and a half minutes this sucker went. Oh, this was brutal to get through. Bull Nakano defeats Bat Yoshinaga, 14 minutes. Bull Nakano, one of the most giving wrestlers in a ring I've ever seen, especially considering she's such a huge star and supposed to be this huge power wrestler and big, like, unbeatable force for, like, 4 years. And yet, here's Bat Yoshinaga, fake shoot tough person, comes in with rolling wheel kicks and a shitty neck right now. And Bull Nakano, sells for her for 12 minutes and finally puts her down with, I think she won with a leg drop. Very bizarre kind of formatted match, but Bull Nakano trying to make something out of nothing. And I believe this is one of Bat Yoshinaga's last matches in her career. I think she has only a handful more. She tries to come back. But this was it. This was it. And then we get to Akira Hokuto defeating Manami Toyota just under 17 minutes in the semifinals. This is anywhere from 4.5 to 5 stars. This match was utterly phenomenal on the Big Dave scale. He didn't rate this match, and I'd really be curious to see what he would have given it. But on Cage Match, it has almost a 9 rating, which I absolutely agree with. There's a review over on Scott's blog of Doom covering this. He gives it... What did he give it? This is not the right card. He gave it, I believe, 4.75, which is pretty nuts. So what this match is, it's the greatness that you'd expect out of a Manami Toyota match, where she's just balls to the wall the whole time. And Akira Hokuto, remember, she blew out her knee against Harley Saito on a previous show. So she's working on one leg here the entire time, and she's selling the hell out of it. Manami Toyota's going after it a little bit. She's doing her big moonsault. She's doing dives the outside. Hokuto living up to her end of the bargain. This thing's like quadruple taped up. Her knee is being literally held together by like knee pads and tape. How this woman's able to walk, I don't know. She's like Joe Thornton with 2 blown ACLs just finishing a playoff game. It's nuts what this woman is capable of. And this is what separates. It's shit like this. What separates the all-time greats from your mid-wrestlers of like the 2000s. You know, not everyone's Yoshiko Tamura, but a lot of people are like Nanae Takahashi, if you catch my drift. There aren't a lot of Akira Hokutos out there where they're pulling in match of the year contenders on one leg while Manami Toyota is trying to blow her ass up with a million drop kicks, running corner to post herself and face planting on floors. Like 2 all-time greats trying everything they can to give you the best match possible with the most heat. And this truly was a match that they probably had in mind a few years ago when Hokuto ruined her knee in that, I think it was a quarterfinal against Manami Toyota, and that took her out of the tournament. Like, this was the match that they really wanted to have. And now with Hokuto being one of the biggest stars in wrestling right now, I'm talking all wrestling, she needed to win this match without question. If she was adamant to go and they weren't gonna pull her out, she had to win. She had to win it all. And she absolutely did. I could ramble on about every single move that they did in the match, but in reality, you have to watch it yourself. It is one of the greatest Joshi matches I've ever seen. And here it is, the semifinals in a sub 17-minute match, just in the mid-card of the Grand Prix, on the Grand Prix final. It's surreal to watch. And then we're followed up with Yumiko Hotta defeating Harley Saito in an 11-minute match that the Sandman would cook up when it's 1 a.m. and you just gotta go to bed, buddy. He'd put this on. This was 11 minutes of fuck all boring submission work, and it drove me insane. I came off this huge high watching Hokuto and Toyota tear each other apart, flipping around the ring, to, okay, I can see what they want out of this match. Hota's going to hit some maybe Germans, kick a bunch. Saito's going to hit her Germans, kick a bunch. And they kicked like a little. And they went after each other's legs on the mat. And I was very tired after that. Hotta versus Hokuto in the finals. It is. Very underwhelming there. Now, this was a good representation of what they're trying to do with much of the roster. It's Kyoko Inoue, Takako Inoue, Toshi Yamada defeating the team of Aja Kong, Kaoru Ito, and Inferno Kaoru. So Kaoru Maeda is still in the CMLL Demon Mask. This went 20 minutes, and this was pretty damn good. I vastly enjoyed this. I am still begging Kaoru Ito to come up with something other than a running foot stomp and get rid of the Peter Pan gear. I can't help myself. It's a maddening sight at this point in time. But the key figures in this match were actually Kaoru Maeda and Takako Inoue for me. Yes, I got plenty of interactions of Kyoko Inoue with her bum shoulder trying to take on Aja Kong. That's a very good growing rivalry there of where Kyoko Inoue is hitting the wall that is Aja Kong. And Yamada's just kind of this bit player on the side. I know kind of why they are pitting her in such a position. There's just a few other wrestlers that are just way higher than her on the list at this point in time. But why Toshi Yamada isn't geared up for like a red belt match, I don't know why. Between the era of Joshi in the 80s and 90s is very much along the lines of a boxing title. You will defend it maybe once, maybe twice. You'll have this like wacky 400 to 600 day reign with like 2 defenses. Or you'll just lose it on the first try because you only defend it once every 300 days. It's very wacky how they book these things. Because if you ask me who right now is the All Pacific champion, like I know who it is. I know who the World All Japan champion is, but in terms of like them coming out with the belts and showcase them, they don't do that in the era. I'm very critical on LLPW that they have this title that they just never show. Kandori never comes out with the LLPW title. It's just the time and era. I don't agree with it. I think that's kind of weird to not showcase that you're the champion. But that's what the Joshi industry was back then. And, if you're pulling in sold out Korakuens and you're running essentially Budokan Hall, then, who am I to truly critique? I could say when they're starting to fall what things that they could do, but everyone's hot right now in 93. Even LLPW running like boring shows half the time and trying to push new talent, and the elevation of Mickey Honda, they're still selling out Korakuen for the most part as well. So, let's see. Oh, the match itself, it was like an entertaining mess where it's just, Aja Kong's trying to throw a back fist, but then all of a sudden you'll see like Takaka Inoue and pull Toshi Yamada out of the way and start fighting Kong, or Inoue and Kaoru Maeda are going at it, and Kong tries to throw a back fist, and they just kind of run into each other. Very weird things throughout the match that are kind of like that. Just kind of funny. Then we get to the finals. Akira Hokuto and Yumiko Hota, 19 minutes, 52 seconds. Akira Hokuto on one leg gets it worked for like 15 minutes. Hota is all about the ground, and it's very dull for a good chunk of it. Hokuto is just selling this thing like it's almost like she's legit hurt or something and she can't walk, because that's what it sure looks like. She's on the outside, she's hobbling along, the leg's mostly straight all the time, she doesn't want to bend it. She has flashes of energy, and Hota, she's just not doing much to try to elevate this match into other levels. And that was the difference between this and the Manami Toyota match. Manami Toyota was like, oh, you can't walk? It's okay, I'll run for the both of us. While Hota, she's like, oh, you can't walk? Great, I'll stand still. That was her idea. And it made for two just completely different matches when, in reality, you probably should have Hota kicking people more, doing a striking game, and building up to, the big power moves, her pyramid driver, her tiger drivers. And yes, we did end up getting to the same point, but the build to it was so boring and dull that you just couldn't help but notice what this match was missing. And that was an intensity and energy to it that Hota just does not bring to her matches, at least at this point in time in 1993, in the context of where she's been. Now it is, Marine Wolves versus Fire Jets. We got that history there. The Hokuto against Hota, both from the same class. They have a lot of callbacks that they can do, and I really feel like they didn't do any of that. It was just Hota trying to work the leg, doing knee bars, and maybe if she had more things to do in her own mind, where it's like, hey, I'll lock in a figure four. How does that sound? Instead, she's doing terrible one-legged crabs and just sitting on her. And Hokuto, she did a lot of good transitions into like big boot sequences and trying to hit big power moves. And that's when the match finally got going, was when Hokuto was in charge and trying her comeback. Now, I will say the last 4 minutes of this was fantastic, because the near falls and the bombs started being thrown, and that's when Hota finally hits a tiger driver. Never hits the pyramid driver, that is heavily protected. Hokuto gets out of that. But she was hitting big high kicks. She hit a couple power slams. They're doing things from the top rope, very much in the same realm of like Hokuto and Toyota, which got people on their feet, including myself. But when it was all said and done, the tiger driver was not enough. She couldn't hit the pyramid driver, and Hokuto, not even hitting her Northern Lights bomb to build up. She was hitting the gut wrench suplex power bombs that was putting people away throughout the tournament. And she does hit one Northern Lights bomb right at the end, and that's all it is. It's been established as the ultimate kill move for Akira Hokuto, and she wins the Grand Prix. And as for the Grand Prix itself, entirely too long for so little matches. They just scattered a match here and there. It lasted from like May 5th to, August 21st. So it's so long to try to follow along in this tournament. And even myself, who has kind of these classics episodes to go by, I really had to search for these matches kind of one by one. I'm using kanji and whatnot to look for certain matches, and I only came up with a handful that I really got to see. Did the Grand Prix have great matches? Absolutely. Totally, completely. Like anything Akira Hokuto did was a home run. Anything Manami Toyota did was essentially a home run that we were able to see. Kyoko Inoue had a rough tournament, whether it was her injuries or that's how they booked it. To tell the story, she had a bad tournament in terms of points, but a good tournament in terms of production. Her two 30-minute draws against Hikari Fukuoka and Toyota were good stuff. I gave full threes to that. And Harley Saito and Hikari Fukuoka being the outsiders coming in, I thought they were booked very well and utilized very well. The only thing I would have probably changed is Harley Saito losing to Hokuto so late in the tournament, when there could have been probably much more contextual momentum for Saito in order to truly believe she had a shot at beating Hota, because it sure seemed like in that match that Saito had no chance of winning. So Hokuto wins. She is now granted a red belt title match down the line. And I believe that's going to come in the early October show that they're running. So it's going to be Aja Kong versus Hokuto. But due to Hokuto being very prideful of her work, she requests the red belt match to not be for the title. Because I guess she feels that she's on her last leg, literally. Probably thinking about retirement just about now, with yet another injury hampering her. That she doesn't want to lie to the fans that she has a chance of winning. So it's going to be Aja Kong versus Hokuto in a special singles match with no title on the line. And really, we know what happens, and that's Hokuto loses. Just make it a title match, and Hokuto loses. That's okay. But that was not their mentality back then. And we saw it at Big Egg. Hokuto finally wins the big one and then refuses the title. So in my mind, this is her biggest accomplishment in her career in terms of like an accolade. She is the current All-Pacific champion. She's definitely in that Mimi Hagiwara realm of specialty champion, and not the top champion, but definitely the top star in terms of buzz and what they bring to the table. There's a lot of similarity, as I was thinking about, between Hokuto and Hagiwara of their eras. And Hokuto, at this point, if you want to say she retires tomorrow, or she retires after that Aja Kong match, and she kind of does. You know, she goes to Mexico, she gets married, she kind of briefly wrestles in Mexico for a little while, so all of 1994, she's just gone, right? There's a big hole there with her just out, and she's not going to miss any time due to this injury. They're going to just give her slightly less dates. So hopefully the torn knee will reattach itself. Very wacky how the mentality worked back then with just going through injuries. Oh, you can't walk? Well, walk it off. And that does it for All Japan Women Destiny. Our next couple episodes is going to cover the Legacy of Queen show. That will be for the August 25th, 1993. That will be over, let's see, I believe that's going to be 3 straight episodes of the Legacy of Queens. And then after that, we get into the Wrestle Marine Piad. I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to double check when that Aja Kong Hokuto special singles match happens, because that has to be covered on this podcast. That'll do it for me. Be sure to subscribe. Be sure to check out the Patreon if you want more classic Joshi talk and classic coverage of LLPW and the Joshi 2010s journey through Joshi out of the Dark Ages. I'm in 2012 right now. Just did a Stardom episode with a few title matches between Io Shirai and Natsuki Taiyo. Nanai Takahashi against Meiko Satomura, which is a huge match for Stardom, possibly their biggest title match to date. And the constant praise of Yuzuki Aikawa, breaking barriers and breaking heads over her amazing kicks. So go check that out. That does it for AJW. A good WCW Nitro?
Maybe.
There are some good things.
There is some good stuff here, man. There's some pretty good stuff on here. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Surprising, right?
October 4th, 1999, from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City, Missouri, and attendance just under 7,000 in this almost capacity 20,000 seat arena. If you notice, it was shot really well, but the entire upper sections were blocked off. Like all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's going on here. But I think the big takeaway from this is the tribute match between Bret Hart and Chris Benoit. More car shenanigans involving Sid Vicious and Goldberg. Close number one.
I have to break the fourth wall here. I got so confused by the car shenanigans that I had to message you and be like, did we review this already?
It is kind of the same thing over and over again, but it's definitely different.
Yes, it does have its nuances.
And we finally got the announcement that Vince Russo and Ed Ferreira have been signed by WCW as of October 3rd.
Yeah. Hear ye, the end is nigh.
And we've already seen something very strange happen with a title. Like, almost immediately. Can you believe it?
Who would have guessed it, really? I mean... Oh, man. And those are not the only differences with the titles that we'll see here on this episode either. So this is just a wacky show. A good Nitro compared to some of the other ones that we've reviewed. But still, it's got its quirks.
There's definitely a lot more energy on the show right now. You definitely felt that.
Yes. I feel like right from the get-go here on the show that there was a point made, and I'm almost certain this stems from either them, the locker room having a lot of respect for Bret Hart, that they would all want to go out there and put on a decent show, or perhaps they were physically intimidated by Chris Benoit into everybody having a good show.
Well, I'd also say, they made a lot of locker room references tonight, like almost that verbiage was coming in immediately, especially with a couple outsiders making some appearances there.
Yeah.
But there's definitely feelers being brought in immediately to the show, and it's almost like okay, come here, Russo. You're not going to be totally in charge, but input your things here and there, and you're just like that one, got it.
Yeah, there's just little nuggets of Vince Russo all strewn throughout this this stew that we call Monday Night Nitro.
Well, let's get into it. So Halloween Havoc, about a month away.
Yeah, it's on the horizon.
Yeah. Announcers are hyping up the Owen Hart tribute match, and they're very adamant. Shivani is very adamant about saying there's no titles on the line. There's no. He's basically saying we didn't book shit, but we have this good wrestling match, so enjoy it as fans.
Yes. Yeah, he says we're not going to call it as commentators. Yeah, we're going to enjoy it as fans. To which Bobby the Brain Heenan says, maybe you will.
Yeah, right. Bobby Heenan getting in his quips all night. And then they hype up the main event, because, those have gone swimmingly the past few weeks.
Oh, yeah.
It's Hogan and Flair taking on Sting, and is it the Total Package?
It's Total Package, baby.
It's Total Package, yeah. We'll get to him. That's not. But for the main event to go, it's Nitro. It's Nitro at its core. Here's the main event. We ran out of time. Good luck.
Yeah.
And at points in the show, I don't know if you noticed this, but it was very obvious during the Flair Hogan little promo thing later. But periodically throughout the show, there was a dude ringside holding up a big sign with how many minutes they had before each segment.
Really? I did not notice that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He creeps into the camera numerous times, but really, really bad. He's in full frame with a card, 3 minutes for the Hogan Flair promo. And I was like, oh my God. I started timing these things, and I was like, they're going exactly 3 minutes.
Maybe that's where Bischoff got the 3-minute warning thing. Oh, you've got 3 minutes. Is it a 3-minute warning or is it a 2-minute warning? I don't remember.
Was it 5?
I don't think it was that long.
Well, Bischoff is fired. It's the committee going on right now. And as we keep saying the last few weeks, I would say some in July, and we saw some good stuff in August. But ever since the Bischoff firing specifically, that there's continuity and consistency through the shows, at least, which was a total mess prior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very true.
Yeah,
he's off.
Something funny? Is something strange afoot in the future?
I mean, we will get to it, I'm sure. But yeah, the old Bischoff's off fly fishing in Montana or whatever, somewhere.
We begin our night, Rey Mysterio versus Dean Malenko. I feel like I've seen this match before.
Maybe.
Oh, he's a good match.
Just a little bit. Oh yeah, Dean Malenko, Rey Mysterio Jr. Look, how could you have a bad match with these two guys in 1999, right? Like, you've got one of the world's best in-ring technicians and one of the premier luchadors, and perhaps the greatest luchador of all time. Just going at it, and it's maybe not the greatest luchador, maybe perhaps one of the most innovative luchadors. Yeah. Rey Mysterio Jr. Anyway, he top of his game in 97, 98. You could even go back to the ECW days too. He's still the same Rey Mysterio Jr. here in 1999, and these two they work so well together.
He's really fallen off. He's I don't even think he's cracking the top 50 on PWI 500 anymore. Top 150. What a shame. What did he make in 1999? Hold on.
He probably, I would say he's probably top 50 at least.
Let's see. He was number 4 in 1999. There you go.
Who was number 1?
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Okay.
2nd year in a row.
Yeah, makes sense.
Rob Van Dam, number 2.
Wow.
Look at ECW getting on there.
Oh.
And number 3 is Misawa. Over in... Yeah.
So Stone Cold went over Misawa?
Well, this is
crazy,
kayfabe,
bro.
which means a cruiserweight in the Filthy Animals gets number 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's, oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I'd hate to like segue off into some other kind of rant, but I mean, did you want to talk about this year's PWI?
Well, if you're super curious, you can listen to a 2-hour episode over on the Patreon. Me and a fella named Ryan, where we broke down the top 20, we ripped it apart, and then we ended up doing, by their rules, the kayfabe of who should be ranked where.
Ooh, there you go. So, folks, go on over to the Patreon, check it out.
It's on that $5 tier. 2 hours.
Yeah.
It should be released for free sooner rather than later, but if you just can't wait, get on that, and then we will be doing it again for the women's PWI 150.
Mm-hmm.
And I got an email from my realtor right now about some homes. Let's see. Real time. This is great. This is good stuff. About to be homeless. That is me.
You've been accepted. No, I
haven't put any bids in the last 4 days.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll look at that later. Because as soon as we're done here, I'm going over to see a house and see if it's any good. But anyways,
oh nice.
So Steve Douglas comes at the end of this match. He's got his
Shane Douglas.
Who'd I say?
You said Steve Douglas. I guess Shane Douglas's long lost brother, Steve.
All right. Well, he doesn't matter anyways, but he comes out nonetheless. He's got a chain. Perry Saturn comes out, and they do the whole "Why I oughta? Don't you do it? No!" And one match into Nitro, we get a swerve.
We get swerved. Even Tony Schiavone was like, "It was a swerve." Yeah, Tony. It was a swerve.
One match, but this one does make sense.
Yeah, gotta give him a little bit of credit for that. It is a crappy way to see this match go because it was building up so well. But I mean, it does make in storyline sense, I suppose. Obviously, Malenko, unbeknownst to Malenko, perhaps. He takes full advantage of Mysterio being knocked out cold by this chain that was around Perry Saturn's fists. I believe he puts in the cloverleaf, and Mysterio just like unresponsive, basically. So the ref called it. Malenko then sees on the monitor what happened, or on the big screen on the stage what happened, and he felt a bunch of remorse for how that match went down with Mysterio, and he went and kind of consoled Mysterio, I suppose, after the match.
Well, the angle was good because over the last few weeks, we keep calling the Revolution these nerds who can't win a thing, and then Douglas here's cheating and helping him finally win. At first, Perry Saturn was like, "What the fuck?" And then I guess he saw that W and those little winning paychecks coming his way, and he goes, all right. You're right, buddy. So will Dean Malenko join the fray, or will he join the Filthy Animals? Something tells me he will not join the Filthy Animals.
I mean, can you imagine?
Be strange. So casually, after the match, Tony Schiavone just mentions that Psychosis beat Lenny Lane for the Cruiserweight title because it turns out Turner didn't like the shock value of the gay gimmicks in a show with falling ratings, I believe is how the quote went. So the title match never happened, but Psychosis will be defending against Disco Inferno later.
Cool. Actually that match is next, the Disco Inferno Psychosis match.
But before the match, we're getting a lot of weird advertisements happening. We're getting one for New Year's Evil on December 27th, which of course isn't on New Year's Eve. It's happening in Houston, Texas. Hey, I grew up in Houston. I was a kid in 1999. Ask me if I went to New Year's Evil. Go ahead.
Did you go to New Year's Evil?
I did not go to New Year's Evil because I had already hated WCW by then.
Oh, fair enough.
Did not go to that. Nope.
Oh. Did you ever go to a WCW show?
Oh yeah, quite a few.
Oh,
quite a few. I went to that really bad one at the Astrodome. That was kind of the last straw.
I'm done with this.
Done with this shit. This show's terrible. All my favorites never win. Not doing anything with Bret Hart. Boo.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, yeah. Well, you will get something with Bret Hart here later in this show. The New Year's Evil thing was really weird. It's like, dude, this is like 2 months away. Why are we hyping this?
It's very strange, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Triple H was a big fan of New Year's Evil, I hear.
Right.
That one. Also, there was an advertisement for WCW Mayhem, so we got that. Very strange we didn't see anything last week, and then they're calling it like the greatest wrestling game ever made.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's the best. It's my review from the last episode. But they're doing so. Here's the thing. So this is the same match that they bring up the Vince Russo Ed Ferrara signing right before they do the Mayhem advertisement of the game, and they do the New Year's Evil plug, and now they're also awarding where you for the next, I think it's 12 weeks or 8 weeks, something along those lines, is whatever the best match is on the night, you go to WCW.com, vote for it, and there will be a like match of the year thing that they're doing, and a random votee will get like some prize.
Is it like, yeah, I can't remember what they called it. But it was definitely like a match of the night type situation.
Yeah, it was like Ticket to
really
Mayhem or something.
Yeah, there you go. Something like that.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what was going on. But it's so funny how all these you allegedly hear all these wrestlers and backstage guys and people in the business, they hate any sense of journalism in wrestling because it just makes it so much worse. Oh, covering the sport. How dare you? Match of the night and wrestler of the like. All these are just smart marky things. You should be ashamed of yours. Just watch the show. What's another one? There was how dare you talk about like bookers and complain about the booking? Just watch the show. Well, here we have all of these things you can vote for. We just talked about the PWI 500, which wrestlers like are besides themselves every year when it comes out. Look at where I'm ranked, and now we're having a match of the night vote. Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara are here, and you can now call them on the WCW hotline and talk to the booker. Now, in 1999, that is indeed stupid, but you get the idea.
It wasn't even a phone call. It was they will be online, like online chatting on WCW.com.
Oh, it's not the hot. I just assumed it was hotline.
No, there you can IM Vince Russo and ask him a question.
Incredible. Incredible.
Indeed.
It's funny how this all works. So, Disco Inferno and Psychosis, Unmasked Psychosis have an incredibly boring match.
Yeah, this wasn't. I mean, look, any match with Disco Inferno is not going to be my cup of tea, of course. But you would have thought that with Psychosis, maybe there'd be some excitement there, but they just didn't have any sense of chemistry together. This was just kind of, I don't know. It was just kind of existing in the ether. It was like, oh, okay, cool. Let me see the Brett Benoit match. So,
and the crowd was pretty silent for most of the night. I didn't really hear much reactions out of them.
The Outsiders came in. Yeah, it was pretty subdued up until the Outsiders came in.
Yeah.
It was, which is not too far away from here. Is actually the following segment here. But as far as the match goes, Psychosis, he came out. He was very proud to be given the championship. They have a so-so kind of match. Nothing really thrilling as far as the match goes. Psychosis looks to be on top. He goes for the guillotine leg drop, misses, and then Disco Inferno hits the chart buster, his little version of the stunner. And now Disco Inferno is cruiserweight champion.
I love this review, this line at the end of the KB Wrestling reviews that I like referencing a lot. He's a glorified comedy character whose best matches usually at best get a response of, maybe he doesn't suck as much as I thought.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, this is crazy. It wouldn't be my
Vicious.
choice, but
Sid Vicious is on the phone.
Yes, Sid is on the phone.
He wants revenge over his car from last week. We didn't mention how the show starts. Oh my god. How could we?
Yes, so the beginning of the show, Goldberg is in the parking lot parking his car. A big to-do about that, I suppose. And then out from the darkness, the darkest depths of this car parking lot, we see Sid Vicious kind of lean out from the side of a pillar, and he's like, yes, and he wrings his hands like Mr. Burns.
Parking spot 22. Yes. Yeah, I got this. Oh, very good. No, he's not even in the. So This implies that Sid Vicious got to the arena early.
Yes.
And lied in wait behind this tower of cinder blocks in the corner, awaiting Goldberg's arrival so he could find out which car is his that he parked. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. All right. Can't hear you if you're talking. Nope. Can't hear you. You muted yourself.
You can't hear me right now.
There we go.
No, I'm good.
Mm. Yeah. So
I don't know what's happening here, but
very strange.
I don't know if we
strange, like Sid Vicious.
Indeed.
So we immediately see this is where this is going, though. He has the phone book. He's calling. He's like, "Oh yeah, parking spot 22. Come get it." It's like, okay.
Yeah, he's on the phone. He's just getting the pieces together here for this next angle.
So the outsiders come down. They got drinks in hand, yellow cups that say beer, which I thought they gave specifically only to them. But you look at other fans, they all have the yellow beer cup as well. So it is very much a Kemper Arena special. And if you've noticed earlier in the show, throughout going to this point, in the very front row, there were 2 empty seats and 2 attractive women in black dresses just kind of sitting there. And they were there the whole time before the outsiders come down. And the crowd goes nuts. They're excited to see them. Scott Hall looks drunk already. And I guess it could be the character that they're trying to play in, but you never know with Scott Hall. And so immediately upon them sitting down in the front row there, Bobby Heenan comes over and he's got to cut an interview with them. So it immediately comes across as it's like, all right, this isn't like they're trying. I get the feeling that they're trying to recreate them like showing up for the first time again. Because to be fair, Nash hasn't been seen since his retirement match against Hogan in August. And Scott Hall hasn't been seen since like early spring.
Right.
And that was just a one-off. So we got to go back to like the drunk angle in '98 to really when he was on TV consistently.
Yeah, I don't know. it was very. This segment was very strange because it has. They're walking through the crowd. Those women, as you pointed out, were already seated there. But it's implied that they are not prostitutes, but that they're what would you call that word?
Escorts.
There you go, escorts. For Nash and Hall for the night. And as Heenan's interviewing him, he's asking Nash and Hall a bunch of questions. Yeah, Hall looks more glazed than a donut. And Nash is like, I guess he's just like in a mood. he's just like, yeah, I'm working a retirement angle. Or I think Hall says Nash is working a retirement angle, which is hilarious. And Nash then says that they'll be back when it's fun again, when the locker room is fun again, and that they're going to be getting the band back together. I wonder who plays drums.
My God, like the most Vince Russo-y lines ever. It's so ridiculous. It comes off as very corny, kind of surreal too, because they're talking about like a bad locker room and working angles while all this AEW stuff recently happened.
Yes.
With Punk and everything. I was like, oh, okay, good coincidental timing. Kind of neat. But yeah, they're just gonna, I guess, hang out. They don't even really stay there much longer after this interview. They kind of just go away immediately. Do they stick around for the Sid Vicious match? I don't think they do.
They stick around for the Harlem Heat interview, at least, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So it's two matches they're here for. Yeah. Okay.
At least.
At least. Right, because of all the fruit booties.
Yeah, let's talk about the fruit booty stuff.
Well, these next two things are really quick. It's Sid Vicious versus Brian
Yes.
Adams. Sid Vicious beats him. There's a wacky thing where Adams, I think, hits him with a pile driver, and then Rick Steiner comes out, so the ref can no longer count, but also no DQs.
Yeah.
And he's in the pockets of Sid Vicious. It's essentially a double team, 120-0. Brian Adams got a lot of offense on Sid Vicious.
Yeah, Brian Adams was this was actually very strange because it was like they're making Sid look like such a monster, but then Brian Adams is this defiant babyface, just like outwitting Sid at every turn, and until Sid obviously requires Rick Steiner and the assistance of referee Charles Robinson to get the victory here. It's a very weird match.
Yeah. And then Goldberg defeats Jerry Flynn in his quest to defeat mediocrity of the First Family. That's where there's a lot of First Family shenanigans happen, and the point is it still only lasts like 3 minutes, and Goldberg spears him and jackhammers him. And I bring up the First Family being mediocrity and nerds because they now have a tag title shot at Halloween Havoc.
Yes.
So
somehow
get excited.
I don't know how they acquired this. Who decided this?
The WCW Championship Committee, of course.
Oh man, jeez.
Yeah, Goldberg cut a promo and said it was fine.
It was okay. It was not one of his best promos. When I think of Goldberg, I don't think of his promo work, but this was.
You don't say.
This was okay. It didn't really have me looking forward anymore to the match. Also, I find the "You're mine" line to be it's like all I think of is Valentine's Day when I think of that. So I was like, oh.
Could you see Goldberg doing "You're mine" and then he puts up the heart hand?
He's just like,
ah. Okay.
And Sid's like, oh, Goldberg.
You will not be my Valentine. All right. So Berlin is like minding his own business. Brad Armstrong walks by him. Now, to be fair, Berlin in German calls him a sweaty American.
Well, yeah. I mean, Berlin initiates this whole thing. As much as you love him, Berlin instigates this whole exchange.
But Brad Armstrong doesn't know what he is. For all you know, Berlin could have been like, hey, you're very handsome. And Brad Armstrong just heard a foreign language and just goes, son of a bitch. Puts his hands on the guy, says, you were in America, you speak English. It's like the most... It's the most, like, stereotypical Southern thing ever. This is America, damn it.
Yeah. I didn't understand you.
I understand you, but I'm sure it was bad. Like Berlin's just like, dude, calm down. Man, fixes his nice suit, and Brad Armstrong will have to rue the day he crossed the German machine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I am skipping all Nitro Girl segments until further notice.
No, it's Nitro Girls.
Yeah, I saw this on. I didn't see Stacy Keibler. I went, how much do I have to skip?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right there. Okay. Done.
So Brad Armstrong made his way out to the ring, of course, to face Kurt Hennig.
Whoa. You're really jumping the gun here. Goldberg got in his car and left the arena.
Oh, yeah, and we need to talk about the Harlem Heat thing. I'm so sorry. You said Nitro Girls, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're here now.
But Goldberg left in his car. He had his match, cut his promo. He's gone. He's gone for the night. You don't need to worry about nothing.
Heading out.
But yeah, the Harlem Heat promo.
So Harlem Heat comes out. They're talking about how they're going to defend the titles against Brian Knobbs and Hugh Morris. Booker T is basically hyping Harlem Heat because they've in the business not nearly as long as everybody else who's on WCW's payroll. they were kind of in on the ground floor. They kind of worked their way up to where they're at now, where they are 9-time tag team champions. And then Stevie Ray starts talking, and he starts calling Brian Knobbs and Hugh Morris fruit booties.
Oh, it's more than just that. He calls them old, out of shape, constipated fruit booties.
Fruit booties.
They're fat. They're fat fruit booties. They're out of shape fruit booties. They're old fruit booties. And he says something like super fast, and he's really into the duck face.
Yeah,
love it. He's just like, we're gonna beat them fruit booties out. And he does the duck face. Booker T gets the mic over and over. He just, can you dig that?
Yeah. He calls out the outsiders too. He's like, after we're done with the first family, then we'll take on them fruit booties over at ringside too. Then Hall and Nash are like, oh my god,
he called us fruit booties. Cover your ears.
He called us. Yeah, basically. So Harlem Heat unfortunately are attacked by the first family. Lots of first family here in this stretch of the show. First family just lays out Harlem Heat, completely. Hugh Morris hits the moonsault. I believe on Stevie Ray. I could be wrong. And then they end up leaving with the belts.
Yeah.
So
those fruit booties stole the belts.
Yeah. And then at that point, that's when
the brawl
Goldberg
really made
gets in
me
his
realize how much I miss the actual tag team of the Nasty Boys just being brawling brutes, and instead I have to deal with Hugh Morris.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah. But at that point, that's when Goldberg gets in his car and leaves.
Now we're on the Brad Armstrong Kurt Hennig match.
Yes, and of course, I can't remember who brought this up, if it was Tony or if it was Bobby, but one of them points out something that we've actually discussed here. Why Kurt Hennig is part of this West Texas Rednecks thing when he's from Minnesota. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, I've made this joke a lot in my life, personally, that the Midwest of America is just Texas but cold. That do anything for you? Think you're muted again?
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, you're back. All right.
Yeah.
Missed my punchline of the Minnesota is just to cold Texas.
Oh yeah, that's oof. It is very cold in the Midwest, though. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It took 5 people to beat up Brad Armstrong, which I found hilarious. Valiant babyface Brad Armstrong took on all of the West Texas Rednecks. The ref is just going all over the place. Berlin comes down, he gets taken down, and then the bodyguard throws the punch. Perfect plex. We're done here. Okay.
Yeah.
I personally
Not
don't
bad.
See the point to that, but I'm really getting the feeling that they've given up on Berlin a little bit here.
A little bit. I mean, look, he's fine. He's okay. It is what it is, right? He's okay.
Why is it what it is? They hardly gave him a shot. It's all Buff Bagwell and the pay-per-view, and then they're just like, threw him to the side. Now they got the camera on the bodyguard.
Yeah, it's all about the wall, brother. Come on. It's all about the wall. I want to tear down this wall. Need more Berlin. There you go. Oh, jeez.
Mysterio goes into the showers to get Kid Man, and Tori Wilson in a towel comes out. Ray goes, ooh.
Hey.
Oh, okay. And then an attendant and security tells Sid Vicious he has to move his car. And Sid goes, how about you move my car? And throws the attendant guy the keys. We see where this is going.
Sid being the psychopath that he is, you would have thought that he maybe would have thought this more thoroughly.
No.
He would have thought this through.
No way. That was the same attendant Sid kind of attacked last week to get the keys from Goldberg.
Mm-hmm.
So, guy's got a pretty good gig. He just kind of moves cars at arenas with WCW.
Yeah, man. He's the traveling valet for WCW.
Not bad.
You could have far worse jobs for sure.
Yeah. Juventud versus Kidman. This was
Kidman.
Okay. This was fine.
It was fine. It was fine. It wasn't incredible. It was fine.
Yeah, a little distraction. Hoovy gets the I think it was the Hoovy driver or something and pins him, so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on.
Yeah.
All right. Shows the assistant parking Sid's car in Goldberg's space marked 22. Who would have guessed? I will say, I wish more companies would do a just progressive storyline that's only like seconds like this throughout the show.
Yeah. More car gimmicks.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be car gimmicks, but just something you just see unfolding throughout the show. That even in WWF, this time in WCW, those revolving things you can really track throughout a 2-hour show, or 3-hour in this case. You're invested and you get the payoff, even though you clearly know where this is going.
Right.
They have to be good though, like this. They can't be bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got the almost 30-minute Bret Hart versus Chris Benoit match. Harley Race introduces them out to the ring, and they have a very good technical wrestling match that the crowd was not all that excited for until about the end. But
yeah,
regardless of that, it was very much...
this was a classic, man.
Yeah.
This was very, very good.
It is the best match in WCW I've seen since starting this little journey in 1998.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's by far one of I would say it's certainly one of the highlights of both men's career. By far the best TV match that Nitro would put out in 1999. For sure. Yeah. This was just good stuff all around. I don't see how you could not like this match. It's wonderful.
Yeah, you put yourself in the mindset of 99. I was just kind of thinking, watching it, was like, okay, so... Well, Meltzer gave this 4 1/4, by the way.
I mean, should have been more, but whatever.
No, I think it's about right. 4 1/4. But, besides like some cruiserweight matches here and there that that are like teetering for, they're the basic lucha type matches, Eddie Guerrero type stuff from 98 and on. I'm just thinking about 98 and what I've seen on this journey, including the pay-per-views. Let's see, there was Bret Hart, Ric Flair, which was pretty good. There was Sting Sting Bret Hart at Halloween Havoc in 98, which I enjoyed. There was Goldberg DDP, which was actually good, which actually just went up on WWE's YouTube channel, like this week.
Nice.
I do like that match. It's only like 8 minutes, but it's one of the best of the last 2 years. But that tells you like the level WCW would put out for wrestling matches. Not like the bar is super low, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if you get like a 3.5 star match, you're like, oh yeah, thank you.
You're like, oh, thank God. This was actually pretty decent. Yeah, this was very good. I really, really did enjoy this match a lot, maybe more than I should have, but it was very good. I really have no complaints. And
Bret Hart won at the end. There was no swerve. There was no interference. Yeah. It was just Benoit versus Bret Hart.
Yeah, and he won. Yeah, it was just full of the graps. It's just a really good match, man. I really like. I'm sorry if I keep reiterating that, but I would say if you're gonna watch anything from this episode, please watch this match because it was just wonderful.
Yeah, and the KB Wrestling Reviews aptly puts it. This is the last best thing WCW ever did.
Yeah. It was good, man. I think that this match often gets overlooked for some of the other things that Brett does in his career, but yeah, this is certainly worth checking out if you're slightly interested in his WCW run.
Yeah, could not recommend this enough. This is the best match I've seen in WCW on this journey. And I would really have to think. I mean, there isn't many other matches in WCW's history that I think even touches the level this did. And it also had the emotional connection to go along with it. Heart Dungeon. I was talking with some friends about this, and I'm like, it really had to be Chris Benoit. It really did.
Yeah, there wasn't another person on the roster who could pull this off.
No, like Neidhart is for all intents like injured or couldn't go like to this level to put on the best match. Davey Boy Smith, I think, is back in WWF, but his back is just totally gone, so he can't do a match. Owen Hart, Pillman, they're dead, so you can't do them. It really was only left to Benoit. Jericho's in the other company now. It was Benoit. That was your option.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
And it was just a wonderful match. I mean, no one could go toe to toe with Hart on Hart's level other than Benoit, I think.
Well, I'd say he absolutely matched him because Bret Hart set everything up with the back and the knee as he did. It was a very Bret Hart special match. But Bret Hart knew how to structure things for any sort of period of time, which is a very underrated aspect of wrestling.
Yeah. And again, don't get us wrong that this is us praising Chris Benoit like the person.
I'll praise the match because he held up his end of the bargain.
Right.
Like he was one of the better wrestlers of the era. What did he get in the PWI 599? Hold on.
Right. No, I'm not. Again, not as a wrestler. We're not praising him as a.
You don't need to
person.
say that every time. We already know that.
Yeah. I just want to make sure because some people out there will get upset.
Diamond Dallas Page ranked above Keiji Muto, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah. Chris Benoit was number 20.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, he's at least in the top 50. That's what counts, I suppose.
Yeah, let's see. Kenta Kobashi, 24.
There you go.
Drew Nakayama, number 35.
Yeah, just keep on rolling them out there, man.
Ric Flair, 42. Just a terrible guy. Who's he?
Wow, Ric Flair at 42.
Yeah, it seems like a gross oversight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially considering he was... I think he was world champion in 99. I've lost track, to be honest, but...
I mean, this would be certainly considered the downturn in his career, but yeah.
I mean, he's not
the
40...
The beginning.
I mean, he's... Hulk Hogan's 44.
Yeah. I don't
know, man.
WCW was...
I thought this was supposed to be a
phase
kayfabe list, is what I'm saying.
Hey, there you go. Kayfabe list. I could see Flair at 44 if this is kayfabe.
He was in a mental institution.
Yeah,
that definitely makes
that has an effect on the kayfabe part of it. Yeah.
Let's see, I'm just going. Let's see, Stevie Ray 117. All right, who's under Stevie Ray? That's what matters right now.
Probably Brian Knobbs. Fruit booty.
Let's see. That fruit booty by now is Barry Windham is 129. NWO Sting is somehow on this list. Now they're just putting names.
Yeah.
Test.
Yeah.
New Jack.
Interesting choice.
Norman Smiley.
Yeah, man. Highly underrated.
Hey, there's Brian Knobs, 190. You are right. That fruit booty, not even close in Stevie Ray's league.
No, he's not nearly as good.
There we go. Found it. Now I'm vindicated. So Gene calls out Flair and Hogan, and they are out of their minds. It's like they snorted some cocaine, drank some Monster Energy drink, and said, "Let's go, brother."
Yeah, let's. Woo!
So Flair is cutting his promo, saying the best, and he's doing Hogan lines while Hogan's behind Gene strutting real hard, and then Hogan takes the mic, and Flair is off to the side. He's doing the Hogan ear pose and all that, and they're just playing off each other, having a good old time.
Yeah. Hogan calls Flair the man, which I'm sure permanently damaged his own ego.
Flair wants to join Hulkamania tonight, brother.
Yeah, jeez. Why don't you two get a room? Yeah,
man. But yeah, don't worry about. You know what? I kind of threw up in my mouth a little bit at this too, because it is Hogan and Flair all of a sudden best friends.
Yeah, besties, bro.
Yeah. Cut out to the parking lot again. Sid Vicious sees the parking space empty. Oh, I've got him now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
DDP pins Buff Bagwell clean as a sheet in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, this one went quick, didn't it? Yeah. Buff cut a quick promo on DDP, and DDP took care of business here tonight.
Diamond Cutter, we're out, brother. I think it was 4 minutes.
Yeah, we're done, bro.
Yeah.
One of the shortest matches on the night by far.
Yeah, good. And this is something I noticed during this promo, or during the match and promo, is the fans are back into DDP.
Yeah.
Two-time, everyone's into it.
Yeah, this was a huge oversight on their part to try and make DDP a heel. He was the people's champ. He was the people's champ.
You even saw signs in the arena bring back the people's champ. People's champ DDP. Unlike the obviously fake great calligraphy signs of the Outsiders bring back Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, all those fake things we saw clearly earlier in the night.
Yeah, planted. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Yeah, DDP, he was the man, bro.
So this review is saying that there was a window, horseflies are up, and there's a guy dressed in black. I didn't see that.
I didn't see that either.
I didn't see that.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
All right. So it's Hogan Flair versus Sting and Total Package, which Ric Flair's still referring to him as Luger. I mean, how could you not? Shivani has to acknowledge the fans are cheering for Sting. Hogan has a knee brace on from the wacky attacks from last week. We immediately start out.
Brother.
Yeah, my knee brother. Oh, the little Hulkamaniacs are going to be down. So this is exactly what we've been talking about for weeks. It's just like this isn't working. Nobody wants to boo Sting, and you just can't change Hogan overnight.
Yeah.
Which is what they did.
Hogan is far more believable here than Sting being heel. Obviously, the only heel I see in this ring is Lex Luger. Total package.
Well, the Total Package is just a buffoon. He comes out, does his poses and shit, and again, he's the only one that gets heat.
Yeah, and an interesting time too to go through a whole persona change is just right in the middle of this angle.
Yeah, right.
No, call me Package now,
Mr. Package.
Mr. Package.
You total over there, not the cereal, the person.
Hey, TP.
TP. Well, there was certainly a lot of TP at the end of this match.
Oh yeah, people hated this shit.
This was terrible. So
this is an awful match.
What goes down is, well, first of all, it's boring once they get in the ring.
Yeah. Holy shit, was it boring.
Then there's a ton of interference by DDP. Lex Luger, I'm sorry, Mr. TP.
Yeah, Total Pack.
His back is turned. and DDP is like knocked into him, and he puts him in the torture rack with his back turned to the ring. Right, he's kind of on the apron. He's such a Neanderthal dude that I got something on my shoulders. I got a racket, which is kind of funny. But all while that's going down, Hogan and Flair double team Sting. Hogan hits the leg drop, pins him, and this crowd fucking is irate. Like, so many drinks thrown in the ring. Toilet papers being thrown. Like, Hogan could not get, like, as soon as that 1, 2, 3 hit, Hogan rolls out the ring, and he starts walking to the back, and fans are just chucking shit at him.
Yeah, him and Flair were like, let's get out of here. They were like arm in arm together. Like,
your top baby faces getting pushed right now have garbage thrown at them.
Yeah, right.
It might be time to call an audible next week.
Yeah, it's just wild, man. This is crazy.
God. Yeah, so Champ's pinned. Champ is pinned to build up the pay-per-view.
I mean, who'd have thunk it, right? This is crazy. Crazy show, crazy Nitro. Glad we watched it. I mean, you really can't take anything away from the Bret Hart Chris Benoit match. I know we went on and on about it, but that was by far the best thing ever. That Ticket
Nitro.
To
Mayhem match of the year voting on WCW.com is I think it's done.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's the right answer here. Otherwise, we know the fix is in.
Yeah, right. The last thing that happens is amazing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We get our payoff. Valet is back. Sid goes, all right, where's my car? And the guy goes, oh, it's in parking spot 22. Sid goes, 22? Oh, no! Goldberg, why? Why me? Why me?
He's like looking at this. Why, God? Why?
And there's the little box of the crushed car again. I was really hoping he'd jump on it again and start screaming, but he just stayed next to it and drops the bag. Why me?
Which really makes me nervous. I feel like all this is gonna have Sid going over at Halloween Havoc. It's yeah. Wait, that's when the next match is with them, right? Is it Halloween Havoc?
Yeah, Halloween Havoc looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun just from like a few matches, but it's WCW, so we got an idea.
We'll find out. Yeah, we've got Sting and Hogan on the card. We've got Goldberg and Sid. There's probably gonna be some other nonsense going on. But hey,
I think there's a Rick Steiner match.
Oh, I'm sure.
Who's the TV champion? Do you remember? It's Benoit, right?
Benoit's the TV champion.
Yeah, so I think they're having a rematch.
Steiner.
Yeah,
that would make sense. But yeah, man, this will be interesting. We're still a month out from Halloween Havoc, a few weeks out at least, and then on the next episode will be the first encounter that we have with one Vince Russo.
Oh no, I wonder if he's going to come out on TV. This is where I have like no memory of most things on Nitro.
So he was like the Dr. Claw for a while, where like they would come into his office and all you would see is the table and like maybe his hand, and you'd hear his voice, right? But he didn't want to be on TV at first. Was his whole thing,
right? Yeah.
So he wanted it to be. Yeah, that's what he says. But of course,
I didn't want to be on TV, but then I booked myself to be on TV.
Yeah, we'll soon find out that was a lie.
It's a swerve.
It was a swerve, brother.
And that'll do it for this episode. Lots of fun. More WCW next time. More Stardom talk on the other ends of the podcast. A lot of AEW happenings. Can't wait for the next episode. Thank you for joining for another one. See you next time.
Bye-bye.